Ready to go? Okay, let's go ahead and call this meeting to order, our regular meeting, January 14th. Welcome, Happy New Year 2021. Um, I hope everybody's doing well this morning. Good to see all your smiling faces. Um, I wanted to thank the line crews from the board for last night, and sounds like they're still out in the field and restoring some power yet. Must have been a wicked night out there for them, but did a heck of a job getting us back online. So Scott, if you could let them know that for us, I appreciate it.
I will pass that on.
Okay. Looks like we have everybody present. We have a quorum. We can conduct business. We do have Patrick Brower, I believe, in the waiting room. You want to bring Patrick in, Joe?
He should be joining in a second.
Morning, Patrick. Looks like you're muted there.
Patrick. All right, good morning.
Can you hear us all good?
Yes, I can hear you really well. Can you guys hear me and see me and all that stuff?
Yep, you sound good.
Okay, great.
We'll go ahead and turn the floor over to you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Board of Directors, Mountain Parks Electric staff. I just wanted to do an annual update on the activity of the Grand Enterprise Initiative and the Jackson Enterprise Initiative, just so you all know that we've been doing our work out there in the field. I had sent some stuff, and I don't know if you all have it, but I can go over it verbally real quickly if you'd like, or you can just look at it and ask questions. But
we did provide those documents to the board, Patrick, so they have access to them. And but please, if you want to go over anything or hit highlights, that would be great.
Sure, I'll just jump in by kind of highlighting the year-to-year comparison. From 2019 to 2020, we've added 32 new clients with the Grand Enterprise Initiative. That's up from 400. We added that to 411 to 443, helping to add 29 new jobs. That's helped to bring in 17 new businesses. We've worked with 4 business expansions and 2 businesses retained. We also worked with 2 acquisitions, which I didn't have on the sheet there. It was a strangely busy year because of COVID and the fires. COVID, strangely enough, things were really just extremely quiet for 3 months, basically April, May, June. And then in July, things started to really take off. And I worked with a lot of people, helping them apply for grants, helping them figure out how to handle the new business environment. The biggest issue facing most of the employers that were still operating was just getting staff to handle the increased business. We did have 2 businesses that were clients decide to close up in the Grand Lake area. These were people that were on the verge of retirement anyway, and COVID just gave them the excuse to throw in the towel. We did work on trying to sell those businesses, but that didn't really work out. But things were amazingly busy toward the end of the year in Grand Lake, especially in the summer. I don't know if any of you all were up there, but it was very busy in Grand Lake, Granby, and toward the end of the summer in Winter Park and Fraser. So we had a good year, but challenging. In Jackson County, let's see here. This is the same update I gave to the Walden Board of Trustees. We added 5 new clients in Jackson County. We helped with 2 business expansions and with 2 public entities in Jackson County. 1 new client proposes a new restaurant or dining business in Walden. Another new client, Lynn at the Chedsey Motel. These people gave my permission, by the way. Asked for help with Energize Colorado grant. We did successfully get a $15,000 grant. That was to make up for funds lost during the COVID cutbacks. We worked with the demolition company who took care of a building on Walden's Main Street. We are also working with a home healthcare business provider in Walden, who she is extremely busy, and we are looking at expansion into Grand County with that. There is a real demand for home healthcare services, but once again, the real challenge is finding people to do the work in remote locations. It's just continuing to be the biggest issue in Grant County right now is finding help, and in Jackson County. It's directly related to housing, but also just it seems to have been chronic and gotten worse. And now that we've lost a lot of housing in Grant County with the fire, a lot of employees have just left, or they're kind of in very tenuous living situations waiting to get homes built or whatever. It's been a challenging, but oddly, people have been busy environment. The businesses mostly challenged in all this are restaurants and entertainment venues. Restaurants are just really super challenged. Even with takeout, some of them can't, make it work. Entertainment venues have essentially shut down, although several in Grand Lake have managed to keep operating, probably skirting the edge of the requirements related to COVID. I am once again this year asking the board to consider a grant to the Grand Enterprise Initiative. This is the end of a 3-year commitment. So what you guys had done in the past was $10,000 to Grand Enterprise Initiative. And in the past, it was $5,000 to the Jackson Enterprise Initiative. I think situations are going to be particularly challenging in Jackson Enterprise this year, mainly because, as you may know, the oil company that operated most of the oil and gas leases in the county has sold. It's got a new operator. Things have been in kind of hold up there, and I think they'll remain that way through the summer. Although I anticipate by the end of the year, oil and gas markets picking up again. There's still not a lot of spaces for people to open businesses. And I did this year get to meet with Jim, who owns the big log property and now owns many properties in Walden. I have high hopes for what he'll be able to do with his acquisitions up there, but we'll see what happens. So I am making a request for $5,000 for Jackson and $10,000 for Grand, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Patrick, so just refresh me. So we did a 3-year cycle, and that was 4 years ago that started. So this would be a fresh cycle.
I thought this was the 3rd year of the.
Oh, we're in the 3rd year. Okay,
That's
gotcha.
what I thought. I mean, it was what we had worked out with the board.
Gotcha. No, you're right. Yep, you're right.
And part of that was that I would give the board updates on what we're up to and everything moving forward.
Okay.
Jeff, this is Carl. Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Carl.
Patrick, were you involved at all with the PPP, the Payroll Protection Plan? And if so, how successful was that and how complicated?
I wasn't involved with any of those requests in Jackson County. I have been involved with several in Grand County. It has been successful. The key to that, first of all, it's relatively easy to apply. In fact, I've got one of the applications right here on my desk for Grand County. It's basically, you just have to tell them your gross sales, how you think you were impacted. You have to document it. And then it goes through the SBA, or the Small Business Administration lending process. Most of the people that have a relationship with a bank that has SBA loans can usually do pretty well with this program. People that don't have that relationship need to establish one because it goes through the SBA process. It's not a separate deal. So it's funneled through the SBA using their system, but it's not overly cumbersome and it's fairly easy to use. I was pleasantly surprised with how easy it works, frankly.
Is it a loan or is it forgiven, or has that been determined?
The way it's been working is that it's initially a loan, but if you can demonstrate after, I think, a 7 or 9 month period that you're still in business and you still have employees, that they will then essentially forgive the loan.
Have you had that occur in Grand County where it's been forgiven, or is the time period not up yet?
It's pretty much there for several people, and they're all counting on it being forgiven.
Thank you.
Yes.
Patrick, how are your other sources of funding doing for you?
The one big disappointment this year was Grand County did not commit to funding for 2021. Mainly, Rich Semino decided that he thought we should charge for our services, and that's his rationale for a no vote. Merritt Linky, by the way, wanted to be on this call, but he's not here. He wanted to tell you thanks for your support and that he's obviously still in support of what we're doing. He's the chairman of my board, of our board. And he's this year the chairman of the Board of County Commissioners in Grant County. And but I was able to replace that loss of funding from the county from another funding source here in Granby. So I was able to fill that hole.
Okay, good.
And then the other main funders is the Small Business Development Fund, which is through the USDA. And that's our other biggest funder. And then the others, towns have come through, Freeport, McMoran, you guys, Town of Winter Park. So it's been pretty good. I also was able to get a $15,000 grant through the Go Colorado COVID Relief Fund for this year to make up for that loss of funding from the county. Because the county's rationale was directly related to the loss of income that they experienced from basically mid-March all the way to mid-June. That 3-month period there hit a lot of people really hard.
Hey, Patrick, just want to note that it did hit Mountain Parks Electric really hard too. We have millions of dollars worth of fire bills. So just wanted to acknowledge that.
Yeah, I'm sure it's been hitting everybody. But on the positive side, towns like Granby saw a real rebound in their sales tax revenue in July, August, and September. So it did kind of rebound back pretty quick, but none of it really made up for the losses, but it came close to making up for it.
Anybody have any other questions for Patrick? Okay, Patrick, what, or maybe Stacy can answer this too. What, as far as releasing the funds for the third year, when does that occur?
Well, usually I just submit an invoice once I know the board has approved it, and then when you guys can pay it or remit the funds, then we get it. Last year it happened in February. Mark, I believe, wasn't it? Pretty sure it was February.
Yes, I believe you're right. It was, I think we had you at our January board meeting, and then after the board considered it, we went ahead and released the funds in February. And Stacy is nodding yes, so I guess we're both right.
Okay, good. I'm glad I remembered that. You know, Mark, I wanted to ask you, last year you were really sick at that meeting in January. Was that COVID, do you think?
I don't think so. I think it was just a cold.
Yeah.
Because technically, if you believe what the federal government said, COVID didn't start until after I got sick. So
Okay.
I'm sure that I was just had normal sickness and everybody else had COVID.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt that. I just was curious.
Not a problem.
Okay, look, Patrick, if you want to, go ahead, Carl.
I would make a motion to release those funds for the third year.
Okay, thanks, Carl. We have a motion by Carl, a second by Dick. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Looks like the motion carries. Patrick, if you want to get us an invoice, we'll get you your funds. Appreciate all your effort and your work in the counties.
Well, thank you guys for your help. And I know you've been a big help with a lot of this fire relief stuff and COVID. So thank you, board. I appreciate it. And we're still doing good things. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for being with us.
Yes, thank you. Happy
Okay.
New Year.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave now. Okay. Is that good?
That works.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm finally unmuted. I was going to ask if he had anything to do with that acquisition up there. He said he did 2 of them.
In Jackson County, yeah, I think.
Yeah, with the oil and gas, I meant.
Oh, I don't think he was involved in that one. He was involved. He was involved with a smaller acquisition. Based on what we know, which is very, very little, about the acquisition of Sandridge, that's something that's been in the works for a while. And
Right.
they needed some information from us as to bills and any late payments and that kind of thing, which we provided to them. Then they were able to close it, I believe, it was either late December or very early January.
What's going on up there, Carl, as far as, I mean, are they actively working up there?
Oh yeah, they're pumping the wells that have already been drilled and hauling oil to Sinclair, but the evaluation of Sandridge was around of this field here was around $170 million, and Sandridge has had trouble in the past, and I think they are financially not well off, but they sold the field for around $40 million to outfit in out of Denver. But with the governor and the legislature and the Oil and Gas Commission and in the mode they are right now, there's no prospect for drilling new wells. So Sandridge wanted to unload it, and Patrick seemed to think that there was going to be a revival of oil coming in the short future, which I don't know that I believe, but they're operating the field as it is and consuming electricity and et cetera, and that's about all I can tell you.
Okay. All right, let's go to minutes of previous
That
meetings.
last part that Carl mentioned is the most important part for us, consuming electricity.
Not when we don't make any profit off of it.
We do pretty well off of them. Because they're a larger load, they tend to be consistent when they run because they need the electricity to do a lot of the stuff that they do. They have the ability to change some of their stuff over to gas powered because obviously they have a lot of gas. They just have chosen not to. And, we did see some drop in their load, significant drop, but it started to rebound slowly. So it will help us until they get back to normal, assuming that they do at some point. We won't be back wholly in that area. So,
We'll save this for executive session, but I'd like to know a little bit about rate structure for large power there.
sure.
Okay, let's move on to minutes of previous meetings. Does everybody get a chance to look at them? Is there any corrections, any additions? Justin?
Just at the end executive session, I was not present for, so.
Okay. Anybody else? Can we get a motion to accept the minutes with Justin's change? Anybody?
So moved.
Thanks, Dick. Got a motion by Dick and a second by Kristen. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Attorney's report, Levi.
There we go. I don't have anything to report in open session. Planning to go over an executive session today.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Levi?
In executive session, I have 3.
Okay, gotcha, Liz.
Liz, I think your limit today is 2, so.
I
the most
used all my
important ones.
questions
One
up
question
last
Thursday.
month.
Okay, let's move on. Mark, you ready?
Yep. I believe all of you got the notification of the outage and then the update. It was not as bad as it could have been. The crews did a fabulous job getting out there and restoring power. We learned some stuff from the New Year's outage. We changed the historic communication protocol that was in place because in that particular outage, it was a colossal failure. And we, I think, saw the results of that in this outage, that the communication was made to the appropriate people. We got resources in place quickly, and Scott being on site and also overseeing operations was made aware of it early so that he could provide the information to the board. So I think that that the changes that we've made are working. One of the issues that we did have with the New Year's outage had to do with our IVR and call-in system. We believed that the system understood when a holiday doesn't change. So Christmas is always on the 25th, New Year's is always on the 1st. What that means that if you put it into the system, it will carry that forward. The problem is that there was a switch that we did not click, which said kind of remember this. And so if you don't do that, then every year you have to go in and tell it, yes, Christmas is on the 25th and New Year's is on the 1st. With those holidays that change, we are required to go in every year and change the date to make sure that we cover those. I think that was one of the challenges. We've resolved that challenge as well, so that members calling in should not be challenged in the future. The other thing is that, and I don't want to steal Joe's thunder if he's going to talk about this, but the outage management system is to come on in early February, and that will help us with this as well, and potentially help us develop member communication that can be outgoing as opposed to them having to call us. So we can send something to you and say, we know you have an outage, we're working on it, and we will get back with you as soon as we have an update. So at least from the outage perspective, I think we learned a few things in New Year's. We've implemented those, and thus far it worked well with this outage. And we hope that that continues if we have future outages. And because I know that that is a concern for the board, I will stop there before I move on to my next topic to see if there are any questions for me or any of the other management staff. Christopher.
I spent a couple of hours just trying to get a hold of anyone in this at Mountain Parks in management. And I think this underscored the need for a little bit better communication around delegation and chain of command. I'd love to never have to bother anybody on a holiday, but being unable to reach someone, I'd like to request that, you know, before holidays or perhaps just on an ongoing basis, you provide us with some instruction on how we can get a hold of management in case of emergencies.
Will do. That's something that we have talked about. We have not implemented yet, but we've talked about it, and we'll get that out to the board. Other questions?
Mark, there used
Yes,
to be a list published with everybody's cell numbers, and I don't know if that's been updated. I know in my office I have a list that showed the cell numbers of all the board members and of top management. I know we've had additions and
Dick, you're breaking up.
changes since that was
Dick, I think I understand what you're
something
trying
like
to
that.
say. And I think that it's not necessarily the numbers or contact information that Kristen was referring to. It's the ability to know who to call, similar to what we did on our side with the operations management, to make sure that the first person that gets the call knows who the next person to call and then they know who the next person to call, so that we know internally what's going on and we can communicate. But much like, we saw with the failure of the phone system, that there was no way for our members to reach us. So that made a problem. They were contacting board members and they were not sure who to call. And even those that they were calling, they were unable to get a hold of. So I think that that's something that we can easily fix. You have the contact information, but what I will call a phone tree or text tree or whatever, email tree, that you will know, normally who you call, and in the event of holidays or something like that, if something's going to change, that we notify the board.
Thank you.
In defense of the call-in system, the Saturday after Thanksgiving, I called Jeff, but I called the system, talked to somebody in North Dakota, and had an outage, and all the neighbors were okay. Well, within an hour, they were here. Randy and Bill Tucker were here within an hour, and it was my transformer, and it went really fast. And no one was there at Mountain Parks, but it went through our call-in system, where I think it's in North Dakota, the gal I talked to. So in defense of that, I thought it worked really well for me on just an individual one-person outage with a transformer.
Yeah, Mark, the issue on New Year's Day was no one was picking up at all.
Yep.
Just kept
But
ringing and ringing.
I say, and I understand that, because I saw that and I go, geez, mine came right within an hour. So
Yeah, and yours was our system defaults or fails over to Basin, and they respond to calls. The problem is that because we switched years, and we hadn't flipped that switch, that it didn't fail over. And so it was kind of in a hold system that people can call in. We weren't there to answer it. It didn't fail over to Basin. So we've addressed that problem, and knock on wood, that will not happen again, either with holidays that are the same day every year or ones that are not.
when it worked though. So I appreciate that, and the fast service of our linemen to get out. Kudos to us on that.
Any other questions on that before I move on? Okay, recruitment. We've had 3 high-profile recruitments, David being one of them in the warehouse. We have been working on a safety coordinator and an ops manager positions, and we have changed the process that we have used to recruit. Historically, the department would put together something and we'd reach out and working with HR, get resumes and do that. What we're doing now is, as the resumes come in, the responsible individual, and I will use myself as an example for both the safety and operations manager positions. I review the applications, and with the ops manager, we receive between 35 and 40 applications, resumes, which surprised me. And the high quality of those also surprised me. I then narrowed that down to a workable number, which in this case I felt was 10 for the ops manager. And then myself and Jessica made a phone call to each of the candidates, and we spent between 30 and 60 minutes with them, went through their resume, and it wasn't so much an interview as to get a better understanding of their resume, because something on paper can mean many different things to many different people. And so let us get a better understanding of what they mean when they say, I do presentations, or I have experience doing something. Based on those calls, we narrow it down to a smaller number, in this case for the ops manager, 3. And we have scheduled Zoom interviews for that first official interview. But the Zoom interviews are different than they have been in the past. We are bringing in a wider swath of people, individuals from multiple departments that interact with whatever the position may be. And in addition to that, it's people at the executive management level, at the manager supervisor level, and in some cases staff level, that will interact with this person. I have, in this case, I provided them with areas that I wanted them to focus on. So I'll take finance for example, and Brittany, it is Brittany, right? No, Bethany. I don't know why I
Bethany,
want to call her
yeah.
Brittany,
Yeah,
but
Bethany.
I gave everybody an area. And so her area was finance and how finance and operations work together. And so they then were required to develop questions for the candidate. She talked about budgeting experience for projects. She talked about the interaction between operations and finance and the importance to our financial statements. She talked about the importance of making sure that with work orders that time and materials were appropriately charged, and if there were issues that those were resolved quickly so that we could close projects, but that also when we close projects, we close them correctly. And each person did that. And I think it went extremely well. We had some great interviews with these three individuals. Then I asked each of the people that participated to provide me a ranking of their top three, but not just say that I picked Jeff at number one, Mark number two, and Levi number three. I wanted them to provide me with why they did it and a reason that, something that in the way the person responded to their question or something else. From that, we aggregated the scores and selected a single candidate, which I then contacted and had a little bit of a discussion with and talked to them about the hiring range, because we have family ranges for our compensation, which go below and above what we would look at for a hiring range. And talk to the individual about hiring range, talk to them about some of the benefits that we do to make sure that they were still interested. Told them to think about it, and if they were interested, to let me know and provide me with dates that they wanted to come to an on-site in-person interview. And then if not, to let us know that too, and we'd move on to the next candidate. And in this case, the individual was interested in still moving forward. He has incredible experience, working with an IOU, but within Iowa, Cedar Rapids. And he worked primarily on their distribution part of the system there. He also worked with their SCADA and their power dispatching system. Just has a lot of really good experience, and his personality, I think, fits well with the group. That's one of the things that everybody commented on. So we will have that individual, whose name is Don, in on Monday, the 18th, and for his in-person interview. And we are excited about that as an opportunity because with the safety coordinator, we went through a similar process and we made an offer to that individual. Let's see, today is Thursday, on Tuesday, and he accepted. And we'll begin on February the 8th. Got similar feedback from everybody that interacted with him, from line crews to line superintendents to Kristen and Leah in the dispatch area. We included Joe Lance from our Walden office and a few other people who were on that call. And so I think that he brings quite a bit of experience as a journeyman and master electrician working for a distribution company or a contractor to do distribution work. And the last, I believe, 7 years, he has worked with companies that do the kind of work that we do as a safety coordinator and training coordinator for those companies. So it is an incredible find for us. One of the challenges that we have seen going through these is housing. We were very creative in how we structured his compensation package to address some of those issues. What we did is a short-term fix. We will be talking with the board on an ongoing basis about what we can maybe do as a more permanent fix. But that's basically where we are at with those two positions. So we hope that the operations manager interview will go well. we can make an offer and he can start sometime in February as well. So not to bury the lead or to put to last, one of our extraordinary hires was for the warehouse position. David comes to us from the Marine Corps, so he knows how to get his hands dirty, get boots on the ground quickly and take off. And he's been with us since the 4th. And Stacy's going to talk to you a little bit about some of the things that he has already done in his first 10 days. But he has a lot of experience in warehouse supply chain management as well as process improvement. He's Six Sigma certified. For those of you who may not know what that is, it's process improvement. And he has done quite a bit of that. And we look forward to him helping us to improve our processes as we go forward. So I will turn it over to Stacy to embarrass David even more with what he's done in the first 10 days.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Dave, for being here as well. Everybody, I thought I could just read Dave's bio that we sent out to the company just to give you a quick snapshot of Dave. So I'd like to introduce Dave Sardenta as the new warehouse inventory control supervisor. He is a Colorado native and he spent 20 years in the Marine Corps specializing in the warehousing, transportation, and inventory control of aviation ordnance. Returning to Colorado, he spent the next 20 years as a warehouse distribution manager, as a senior logistic manager for 2 large manufacturing companies. Dave and his wife, Marcy, live in Granby Ranch. They have 3 boys, 4 grandkids, and 1 dog, and he claims to like the grandkids the best. So Dave, thanks for being here. I just wanted to share with the board, we were really excited, Bethany and I, when we were going through the interviewing process with me taking over the warehouse, we had some really good candidates and had about 7 interviews. We did 7 interviews, 7 different candidates, and Dave stood out. And on his resume, his last place of employment where he had inventory experience was in Littleton. We were pleasantly surprised that he was living up here full time. We were trying to strategize ways to get our #1 candidate up here from Littleton and entice him. And when we talked to him, he said, "No, I'm working at Granby Ranch right now." And what a opportunity for us to be able to have him come to work for us. And Dave started, his first day was last Monday. Michelle spent the day with him going through orientation. So really he was able to get his feet on the ground on Tuesday. So really has had 7 full days here with us. So I was trying to think of something a little bit creative, like 12 days of Christmas, but it's like 7 days of Dave being here already, because I have been just so impressed with everything he's done. So I just wanted to quickly share this with you, like I did with Mark earlier in the week, and just said I'm really excited about our choice here. So, right away, he was into getting the CPR certification here, forklift safety training. He came to me, I think it was yesterday or the day before, when we've been meeting and we have a weekly meeting where we go through process improvement, procedure improvement. And he said, "Hey, in the system, I can see where all the items are, but why don't we have locations? How come we don't have, we have this big warehouse with different rows of items. I don't see go to row 7, section 2 and find light bulbs here." And Dave's like, "There's a place in NISC I can put this." And I'm like, wow, in 7 days you're digging into NISC. I was really impressed with that. He's completed 3 to 4 NISC trainings. He gave me, I think it was Monday or Tuesday, a pivot table, which he derived information from NISC from all of our different items and just said, "Hey, I want to start doing these cycle counts. I'm not really sure about the thinking on cycle counts, how we have it set up at NISC and utilizing the system." And I said, we from what I know of, hadn't gotten to use cycle counts yet. And I'm open to suggestions, ideas, and talking through the pivot table and seeing that in front of me, pretty incredible. So I wanted to share that. He's already looked at various NASC reports and then looking at how to maximize inventory true up and scanning. So 7 days of me being impressed and glad that we made the decision to hire you, Dave, and welcome aboard. And board, I'd like to introduce you to Dave.
So Dave, if you want to try and defend yourself, you can feel free.
That's tough to follow. I'm thrilled to be here. I appreciate the opportunity. It's a great place, and you know, it has been 7-8 days, and there's some amazing people I've met. Everybody's been fantastic, and I look forward to just keeping moving forward and getting to know more about how the whole operation works. But so thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you,
And
Dave.
I don't
Welcome.
know if the board has any questions or comments they'd like to make, but be open to that as well.
I just say welcome
Yes,
aboard, Dave. Someday maybe we can meet in person when things get a little better here. So go ahead, Carl.
Mark, in your opening comments about the safety manager, you said that you have come up with some innovative ideas about housing. Do you want to expand on that, or is that going to come up in a later item?
That's going to come up in executive session. And I think we've shared some of those with the board in the past. And we just have to figure out how to make those things work because it's not easy. And so we're going to have to try and come up with that. I think what I may have said is I was creative in the way that we structured the compensation in order to address the housing issue for this one individual. But it's a short-term fix and it won't work for everybody.
Are you going to expand on that in the executive session then too?
I can, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Dave, welcome. Very glad to have you on board. What drew you up here to the High Rockies?
Well, I called out a native, and I always thought I want to live in the mountains. What I didn't realize that it gets -27 up here. So, but it's been awesome. I actually I thought I was going to just kind of do a semi-retire, and my wife works for the VA, has for about 25-30 years now, works from home, and 10 days after being at home semi-retired, my wife looked at me and said, "You better go find a job." So
Nice. Well, thanks to her as well.
thanks, appreciate it.
Okay, well then I will move on if nobody else has any other. Liz, did you have something? Appears not. So, okay, moving on. Our potential fiber partner, I have reached out to them for an update. Thought we would see something in December from them. We did not. So I asked them where they're at. They have met with quite a few, I will say tens of investors in the 30 to 40 range, and some many local, but some not local. And they are confident that they are going to come up with the financing necessary. We are not waiting. We are moving forward with our plans to construct it, and whether we have a partner or not. Joe and I have talked about some possibilities for ways that we could monetize the dark fiber if we don't have a partner, but the partner feels very confident that they're going to get to where they need to be. If the board has any specific questions about process and who the partner is and cost, things like that, I would say that's probably for executive session because we have an NDA with this partner, and I think it's really not much of a secret because they have been out and about talking, but we do have an NDA with them. So I will move on to our community solar.
Mark?
Oh, go ahead, Dick.
I had one question. With all that's gone on with the fire and the potential reconstruction of lines, with the fiber project, have we set in motion all the financing to take care of all this if we have to do it alone? That may be a question for Steve.
No, we have, and we did that last year.
We were doing this before.
I'll have an update in my report.
Yeah, but we did that last year. We set everything up with RUS, and so that is separate financing from from anything that we do with fire. Liz, I thought I saw you pop on. Did you have a question?
No, thank you. I'm good.
Okay, so moving on to the solar garden, working with a landowner on that. We have sent, we've had a call with them. We have sent several drafts back and forth. Levi talked with their attorney and got what we hope from their position is a final draft with some changes. We went through it. We were able to accept a number of the changes, and there are a few things that we think are educational in nature that we need to explain what we mean and why we need that in the agreement, and that they hopefully then will accept it, and we should be able to close that lease out. As the board might remember, we need that lease to go to the county and get the special use permit. That needs to happen here fairly quickly if we want to get everything in place, done, and have production in 2021 during summer months. So we are cautiously optimistic that we are at the end of the road with this lease to where we can, then their board can approve it, our board can approve it, and then we can sign it and move forward with the other next steps on that solar. I want to give a COVID update. We have had, in the last month or so, we have had 3 employees that tested positive. That's the bad news. The good news is they were not in our offices around the time that they potentially got it or started to exhibit symptoms, and so therefore didn't expose, we believe, anybody to COVID or any of our other employees to COVID. I'll put it that way. We did do contact tracing as well as the county did contact tracing on that. 2 of them, it appears, had mild or no symptoms. 1 had more severe symptoms, did spend some like overnight in the hospital, is currently or was on oxygen, and will be coming back to work, we believe, either late this week or next week on light duty. But he is recovering well. It's just taken him longer because his symptoms were more severe. So we haven't had to close any of the offices. We haven't had to do any deep cleaning as a result of these 3. But what it does demonstrate is that we are not out of the woods with this. We expect that we're going to continue to see these, and we are continuing to communicate to the employees that need to be hyper vigilant, whether it's how they respond at work, wearing masks, social distancing, washing your hands, and frankly, even things that they do on their own time, which we can't control, but that helping them to understand that doing things that are, I will call, risky, have the potential to expose them to a greater risk of contracting it and then sharing it with their coworkers. The one individual, just so the board knows, that had the more severe symptoms was from our line crews. And the good news again with that is with some of the things that we put in place, 1 person, 1 vehicle, limiting access to people so they're not spending a lot of time around each other unless they are in the open. Even with the contact tracing, we found that he had not been in contact with anybody that would need to quarantine as well, because that is one of our greatest fears, I will tell you, is that it potentially, someone gets it and they have exposure to several others in the line crew who have exposure to others in the line crew, and it potentially takes out all of Walden or all of Kremlin or all of Granby, and those will be big problems for us. So I will stop there to see if anybody has any questions about fiber, solar, or COVID.
Mark?
Yes.
On COVID,
Hey, Dick,
Is there any chance that some of the people, am I breaking up?
you're breaking up. If you turn off your video, I think
Sorry.
it'll help.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, there you go.
The question is, do we have any access to the vaccine because of our line crew's necessity, their importance?
I believe that's going to be part of Jessica's report, and the answer is yes. We hope that it will be here in the next week or so. But we've got information. County has contacted us. Initially, they said they were going to do everybody. They backtracked a little bit and said, no, just member-facing people. And so we're not sure. And
Mark,
that's something that we continue to follow up on. Jessica?
it should be everybody in the company is eligible. So technically, with the way that the CDC guidelines are written, it's not clear, but what Greene County Public Health told me was that they're not going to worry about who is actually essential and who is not. They're just going to offer it to all Mountain Parks employees, and we're going to help them put together a plan to do that efficiently.
Okay, and I do know, and Jessica, you can check me on this, that they will come to our office to do some of the people and probably linemen, that type of thing. But then for other employees, they will need to go to a Grand County site to get the vaccine. And Justin, I think you had a question.
Then, and it might be an executive session question or for Levi or Jessica, but I didn't know if you had explored, I'd seen in the board packet about compensating or rewarding employees to get the vaccine.
That I think is probably something more appropriate to talk about in executive session, but it stems from the question of whether we can require employees to do the vaccine. There are legal opinions on both sides, many of them. The Colorado State Association is working on it as well. Other co-ops are working on that. And I think it is very problematic for us to require employees to get the vaccine. But that then causes other issues for us if not everybody chooses to. So what you saw are some of the things that we are looking at to incentivize people to get the vaccine. Justin?
No, yeah, I guess we can talk about it in executive. I have a friend at a hospital that they're having similar issues with, even their frontline employees. So not issues, but they've been dealing with it for about 2 months now, trying to figure out the correct way.
Liz, did you have a question?
Mark, this is Liz. I just want to say that I appreciate that Mountain Parks is you guys have decided to go sort of above and beyond and think about how to keep COVID from spreading within our line crews and within the office so that we can keep operating. I know they're basic guidelines and people get frustrated with them, but being strategic about this has really helped. And continuing that on, I think, we're not going to be out of this for who knows when. And I think the level of frustration will grow, but we have to keep being smart. Last night was a perfect example. If the Granby crew had been out quarantining, the other crews would have had to come down into this area. So thanks for being a little extra safe, being conservative on this.
No, and we appreciate the board's support as we have gone through this and come up with what we think are good ways to keep everybody safe. And you're right, we have employees that express frustration with it. And I've talked to, I think, most of them because I tell them if they have a concern, an issue with something, feel free to give me a call, shoot me an email. And I have explained to them that, I understand this is not easy. It's not something that everybody wants to do, but we have to do what's in the best interest of the company and not in the best interest of one or two individuals. So, Carl, did you have a question?
No, I didn't.
Okay. So moving on, we signed after the November board meeting, the exclusivity agreement MOU with alternative power supplier. We've been working on that. We have received a draft document from them that we're still reviewing, and Levi and I have not discussed it yet. Once we do and we kind of develop our position, then we will go back to them to schedule probably a call with them, because what I found is, no offense to Levi, but when you have 2 or 3 attorneys and you're trying to solve something via email, it takes about 6 times as long. When you get them on the phone, they just argue with each other for an hour or so.
Hey, Mark, you had me for the first half. I agree. I hate going back and forth on email, but then you lost me with the hour, arguing for an hour. That's just good, thoughtful discussion.
Okay, discussing for an hour. Okay, sorry. We're working on those things. It will be a process as we move forward. I'm thinking it's not something that is done with the first exchange of documents or the first call. They also provided us with a press release, which Rob and I have been working on. I will say that my first impression was it was lengthy. I went through and cut out a number of things in it. They attributed comments to us, which you always do. I rewrote most of the comments that they attributed to us because I thought that they could be more focused on member issues, which they did a good job of trying to do. And then on the last part, they had put some stuff in which I didn't feel was appropriate, so I took that out. Rob then did his work making me sound like Shakespeare, and then I sent it back to them yesterday, and we are trying to have a call with them next week to finalize the draft. Once we finalize the draft, at Justin's request, we will send it out to the board for your review and make sure that you don't have any heartburn related to anything that we are saying. It is, I think, talks a little bit about who they are, their strengths. It talks about us and what we're trying to get to. They had put it in place to kind of suggest that certain things were going to happen. And we have changed that to, this gives us an opportunity to explore alternatives to see if we can gain flexibility and provide more reliable service at a lower cost and more green power to our members. Because I don't think that anything is certain until you actually get all the stuff together and sign on the dotted line. So, and of course, it does indicate in there that part of the challenge for us is that before we can change to anybody new, we would have to deal with a buyout of the existing agreement, and that may make all of these efforts moot if we can't get something that makes sense for the members, because it does no good to save them 5 cents on their power that then you're paying 10 cents as a buyout because in the end it just raises their power costs. So I will stop there for a moment and we can discuss more in executive session on specifics if you want to, but I'll stop and see if there are any questions that I can respond to. Okay, seeing none, moving on. Annual meeting. Rob did a test earlier this month of the system that we have talked about to allow for the first annual drive-in meeting of Mountain Parks. So people would be able to attend in their cars, it would be broadcast over an FM station, and we would have it set up for people to vote in person. And the third party that is going to tally the votes for us will be there to do that as well. Rob also, being the Boy Scout that he is, wants to be prepared. So he is going to, I think, do a test of their PA system so that in the event that something happened and the FM system went out, we would be able to broadcast over their PA system and still be able to hear it. We had, I believe, 8 people during the test, and we spread them out, and the signal goes 1,000 feet in any direction other than down, because I gave Rob a bad time about that. I said, so it goes 1,000 feet subterranean, and he said no. And as if everything goes totally wrong, or for some reason we cannot do it in the parking lot, they have the dance hall, and we can set that up with tables. The problem is we can only accommodate about 150 people safely, and hopefully by May it will be, or no, we moved it to June. Hopefully by June, restrictions will be a little less, but we still want to be ultra safe. And so we would limit it to that. We think that attendance for the meeting may be down due to the fact that it's in Kremling and it's not quite as accessible for people in Fraser, Winter Park, and Granby, but it is more accessible for people in that area. And so that's where we are at with that. Any questions on that? Seeing none, moving on to an insurance update. Talk to the board about the work that I was going to try and do in identifying better property and liability insurance, especially with our umbrella. And reached out to 2 companies, had very good calls with them. The one company specializes in excess liability and liability coverages. They believe that we can in fact get excess liability and liability coverage that would cover us for fire. There are 2 programs specifically that we talked about, one that I have experience with, one that I'm not as familiar with, that we would have at least the coverage that we currently have with Federated, although it would cover liability, so limit wise, and they think we could actually do better. Currently we have $20 million that they feel like we could get up to $35 million. Talked with another, that company deals with work comp and some other things, but they generally work with somebody who specializes in it. Talked to another option for us to do work comp, D&O, E&O, employer's liability, auto, and that type of thing. And they also believe that they can potentially get us some property coverage. So they are working, they are Colorado based. The first company I talked about is California based. The Colorado based company had a couple of clients that had this coverage that were affected by the fire, had buildings destroyed, and they were able to make claims under their policy. It's an inland marine policy. It sounds like that's something to do with the water, but it doesn't necessarily mean that. And so the good news is that we're making some progress on that. And the bad news, I would say, is it's going to be a longer road than what I think it thought it initially to be. So we may look at a July 1 or a January 1 change to the policy in order to be able to incorporate this stuff. Kristen, I saw that you might have a comment or question.
Yeah, I was just wondering if we could get, aside from the liability insurance, any other insurance that would provide more comprehensive coverage in the case of a wildfire, not one that we may start.
That with the Colorado-based company would be an option. With the other one, they are looking more as a liability, because that's the real problem. Well, one of the real problems for us is if we were to cause something or be accused of causing something, our coverage is not sufficient, in my opinion. But my other concern is that liability to somebody else is one thing, ability to rebuild for us is something different. And so that's what we're working with the Colorado company, that we would have coverage within our property that would cover us for wildfires. Now, it may have higher deductibles, $500,000 to $1 million. But if we could get, $7 to $10 million of coverage, even with $1 million or a $500,000 deductible, with the current fire that we did, we're looking at a majority of those costs potentially being paid, assuming that FEMA does not cover us for that. And frankly, we don't know if they will or not, and probably won't for at least a year. Any other questions? Okay, moving on to my last item, the FERC settlement process. Levi and I have been busy on calls. We've had, since the end of December, probably 4 to 6 calls on this. Again, not to say anything bad about lawyers, but there's a lot of lawyers on these calls. So it makes it a little more difficult to get some things done, but there are also a lot of parties on this call, and getting them all to agree on something.
In my defense, I think there are more general managers on the calls than there are lawyers.
Oh, I have to disagree with you, because I think that some of them have 2 or 3 lawyers. They don't take the position of get somebody who's really good and then you only need one. And a lot of them have FERC lawyers and then their local counsel.
No more comments from me, Mark. Thank you.
Okay. We've had calls with the larger group of interveners, which includes the Colorado PUC, Guzman, and others, and then including Basin. And then we've had smaller intervener calls that have just included the co-ops, because we believe that the co-ops can come to some agreement on a proposal to send back to Tri-State, which is what the judge asked us to do. And that might not be acceptable to, say, a Guzman or Colorado PUC, but that would potentially get to a area where we can solve this without having to go through a lengthy FERC process. I will answer any questions that I can, but I think that this is one of the topics that Levi would like to do in executive session, because we can talk more about some of the specific strategies that we are attempting to employ to get a settlement, and some of the things that the co-ops agree on, and then moving that forward to Tri-State. Now, we don't know whether or not Tri-State will agree. This will be require movement on their part. And, they may just say, nope, not going to do this, a dead on arrival, which then we know. But it may also stimulate some additional conversation with them that, I can't live with this being on white paper. It needs to be on blue paper, and we can all agree on blue. But that will be one of our challenges moving forward. So if anybody has any questions, I saw Liz popped up, general questions, I'll try and address those. And if I feel it needs to be in executive session, I'll let you know.
Yeah, I just wanted to let Levi know that was one of my 3 questions. And so if I only get 2, I'll ask it first.
I think Levi's willing to give you 3 today. He, since he never said there was a 2-question limit, he's willing to give you 3.
So what specifically is your question?
I'm going to ask it in executive session.
Oh, right. Okay. All right.
So any other general questions that anybody might have? Seeing none, Jeff, I will turn it back over to you.
Right. Looks like we're in discussion action items. Maybe now would be a good time to take a quick break. Everybody good with that? We'll come back at 9:30.
I don't think you're ever going to get opposition to taking a break.
Okay. Joe, are you going to keep us up running live during the break?
Yes, we generally do.
Yeah, there's not really a way to pause it.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Just a reminder for everybody that, if they're up and about, you might want to turn your, mute your.
Mute yourself or
mute
turn your
stuff.
camera on.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, we'll see you in a couple minutes.
Picking up static electricity. Hey, Dick. You need to unmute yourself. You're still muted. Should be bottom right or bottom left. But unless, of course, you're using an iPad, and then on the iPad, it's, I think, top left. I don't think, maybe.
Yes, sir. I'm back.
What's the weather like where you are?
Right now it's about 68 degrees, excuse me, a few wispy clouds in the sky. The sun has just come up over the Sea of Cortez and shining beautifully on the where I'm at. And the unit I was in, they were having trouble with the internet optic, so they're having trouble. So the fella I deal with set me up in another unit, a beautiful 2-bedroom unit, but this one, having my coffee, and that's about it. It's absolutely wonderful. The only problem I have, we're supposed to come back on the 27th. You heard about the new CDC rules?
No.
If you enter the United States from a foreign country, starting January 26th, you have to have a negative COVID test within 72 hours of your departure. In Mexico, it's difficult to find a test. They do have a few of the private hospitals. Eileen and I together, it would cost us $730 to get tested to come back on the 27th. So I called up United yesterday morning. Of course, you can't call, excuse me, an 800 number from Mexico. So I had to call a Mexican outlet for United Airlines. I got a wonderful lady who spoke English. Her name was Beatrix. I now have her on my WhatsApp. Anytime I'm in Mexico, I have someone, and she rebooked us just before all of the flights are filling up because everybody's doing the same thing. There are people that just arrived down here for 2 weeks and they don't know what they're going to do. So it's been a wonderful trip. Some friends of ours are coming in from California today. We had some other friends that were down here, and my store's back open, but we were closed for 4 months, and now we're basically trying to gear up for the tourists, and now there are no tourists. With this latest thing with the US, reservations are being canceled left and right for everybody. It's been very, very strange. So now we have the store all geared up and nothing's going on. So that's life with COVID. But I filled out my Colorado form for getting my vaccination. Since I'm so old, I'm in group 1B. My wife's in group 2A. So, and she hasn't filled hers out yet. I called our clinic. They don't have any vaccines available. So we'll just wait to see when I get back. But people down here, everybody wears masks when they go out. It's really been neat. If you stay away from the beach, you're pretty good, because down at the beach, you've got all the young people and they're just dancing and hugging and running around, and nobody really wearing masks. But every place you go into, if you walk indoors, you have to have a mask. And in fact, it's actually illegal to walk around in public without a mask, but all the Americans do and they don't bother them. It's pretty crazy. So that's my life in a nutshell. My wife is sitting out at the pool, enjoying the sun. And I was on this resolutions from out of Washington yesterday, the meeting, which was fairly interesting. It was exactly like our meeting at Region 7. They spend 3 of the 4.5 hours, I believe, wordsmithing. Do you want to include ethanol with biofuels? Do you want to talk about the word important or necessary? I mean, it was amazing to see these people from all over the country go through the same machinations that we went through in Region 7. It was a good meeting. It's the first time I got to see all of these people and see how they do their stuff. And it was okay. And today to get to see all your smiley, pale faces, it's wonderful. How are you doing?
Doing good. Done with 8 of 12, and everything been moving along pretty good at this point.
Good.
And, I'm working my way towards having a haircut that looks like Jeff. But
I'm getting there. Look, there's nothing left here. My wife refuses to let me shave it. She says, as long as there's some hair there, keep it. So.
Yeah, you know, hair's not quite as thick as it was, but that grows back. So, but yeah, everything's been good. We had some cold weather, although not quite as cold as Granby. Negative temperatures for an extended period, about a week or so. But other than that, everything's been pretty good.
I don't know. I don't know how long people have been living in the Fraser Valley or Granby or Grand Lake, but I remember back in the 80s, 60 below zero with no wind chill. So when you say 27, that's really not that bad. You probably still walk out to the end of your driveway and not get frozen. So yeah, but the old days before climate change, and it was different.
Yeah, I have seen people up here. In fact, the guy that was the head of Parks and Rec for the city, when it was 10 or 20 below, he was still wearing shorts. I mean, he wore shorts pretty much year round. And I said, well, at what temperature does it have to get before you wear long pants? And he said, I don't know. So, you know, obviously some people are more resistant to the cold than others.
Well, it happens. You know, we still have people around here, but if you go out for a walk, people are on their cross-country skis, or you could walk in the dog. They're dressed pretty warm when we go out for our walk. Down here, it's a little bit different. It's basically shorts or a bathing suit for a while, but see what happens. Hopefully we'll get back in one piece. It won't change the dates again. But there are a lot of people because of the news. My advice is don't leave the country if you want to come back right now.
Okay. Jeff, I think.
Might leave the country then.
I think we have all the board members back at this point. Most of the staff, I think Jessica's on. She's just muted and, yep, there she is. Joe Palmer, are you just have your camera off? Yep, there's Joe. So I think we are ready to go whenever you are, sir.
Okay, let's get back at it. Hey, Dick, remember when you, if you're talking, turn your video off because you're breaking up really bad.
Will do.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mark, I'll just turn it back over to you. Do you want to start down the discussion action items?
Sure. The first item is, well, the first two items were tabled in January or in December and moved to January. The board had provided comments on both and wanted to see some changes, which Levi made to D4, but I will allow him to lead us off in our discussion on D3.
So yeah, so D3, we talked about a little last month. Kristen had some language she wanted to discuss. She and I tried to do it over email. As I was saying earlier, I don't do great over email. So I was hoping to do a better job of explaining some things to Kristen, but I think there's definitely room for some revisions if we want to do those. I just thought it would be better to do it when we could discuss it here at the meeting. So we can do that in executive session. And then D4, Mark, you want me to do that as well?
No, he marked up D4. You can see with the red to try and incorporate the changes that the board wanted to discuss or wanted to have to the policy. So I guess I will open it up to the board for discussion to see if Levi did capture what you wanted, or if there are other changes that that you would like to make to it. And I see Carl maybe has a question or comment.
I do. Since I was the one that brought this up at the last meeting, I really can't support the changes that are made. And I'll tell you why. My intent was to compensate the board chairman for the time that is spent at Mountain Parks meetings and the extra time that he devotes through the month to coordinate and make the Mountain Parks meetings run smoothly and efficiently. I do not feel that extra compensation for travel, classes, conventions, or time spent at any affiliated organizations such as Tri-State or Western United, CREA, NRECA, is worthy of more compensation other than the board of the same as the board of directors. I do not feel the board's chair's time at that is any more valuable than a regular board member. So with that said, if this can be modified to say that the chairman is compensated for, and I don't know the exact wording, officially notified or noticed Mountain Parks meetings or legally noticed Mountain Parks board meetings, I can't support these changes.
Okay, and Carl, we uploaded, I believe, a modified version of this. So I don't know if you were able to update your call to order, but now under 2C, Levi added language, I think, that may address your concern. And it says that the board president, I'll just read it so that you don't have to try and go out and download it at this point. The board president's per diem amount shall be as follows: $750 for regular monthly meetings of the board of directors, $750 for special board meetings that last longer than 4 hours, and $375 for special board meetings that last less than 4 hours. And so I think that Levi's new language addresses the concern that you raised, but I'll let Levi talk about it as well.
Yeah, I think Carl's concern is down in 5, D5, so in the minutes, it just said $750 for a full day work and $375 for a half day work. So so I applied it to everything. So in section 5A, it's also $750 for a meeting and travel that lasts over 4 hours, $375 for travel and meeting that are under 4 hours. But yeah, this is the board's policies. But I just went with what was reflected in the minutes.
Okay, Liz.
Okay, so what it seems like that this needs a little more work, and we would strike those what's under 5, so that it reflects what Carl's intent was, which is $750 for the regular and special board meetings of Mountain Parks, and then $500 as treated just as any other director for those other non-Mountain Parks meetings. I had one concern about the first sentence in 2A that says directors may attend cooperative related meetings, trainings, and seminars via telecommunications if pre-approved by the board president. I think my intent would be on that is we would like as many directors as possible to attend whatever they want to do that would help them become better directors. The issue is whether or not they get paid for it. And I think the sentence after that, which is directors will not be reimbursed for expenses to attend meeting or schools which are not authorized by the president, covers that, or will not receive, you might put per diem in there, and then strike the approval of Jeff, because, like if I want to tune into a CREA meeting or a manager's meeting or an NRECA hour-long thing on cybersecurity, I don't think we want the board president to have to approve everything we listen to or participate in, as long as we're not seeking per diem for it.
Yeah, I like that too, Liz, that we're just, kind of maybe looks like it's discouraging. I had one more thing too in here is that also on 1A, each December, the board will review the calendar of cooperative related events and determine which directors shall attend any of these meetings, seminars. I don't know if that really needs to be in there because we don't really do that. And
sorry, Jeff, I was trying to catch up on what Liz had said. Can we go back to Liz's first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just so I don't lose that. So Liz, with the language, if we get rid of if pre-approved by the board president, and then so you're saying leave in directors may attend cooperative related meetings, trainings, and seminars via telecommunications, period.
Yeah, and then
okay.
and then if
go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I could see an argument that that's approval because this is a board policy. So I could see that as being board approval to attend those meetings via telecommunications. So if we then just leave the next sentence, I think we would, do you see what I'm saying? So then that would mean every meeting would be pre-approved and everody would get paid for them.
Yeah,
is that
well,
what you
the
mean?
next
Or
sentence,
do you mean?
No, so,
right.
So what I mean is, the way I would read it is if pre-approved by the board president gets struck, then directors may attend any meetings they want, and then the next sentence says they will not be reimbursed for expenses to attend meetings or schools which are not authorized by the president. So
so strike the board?
Yeah, well, we could leave it or the board as well.
Well, that's my point is if you say or the board, to me, this policy in that previous sentence would be authorizing. But I mean, I at least see an argument for that, so I
Yeah,
want.
well, I don't, you can write it however you want, but my intent, and I don't know how the rest of the directors feel, is that there are a lot of trainings right now that are out there, or meetings we might want to attend. But I don't believe that Mountain Park should be paying 7 directors per diem to attend the same meeting, or when one person is authorized to attend that meeting and report back. But I don't think that the policy should discourage people from listening in on those meetings or participating if they have a desire to do so. So I guess I would have, that's my intent. So you're the lawyer. However you think, I don't think we'll get the language today that we want necessarily.
Right, I don't, yeah. So let me write some notes here so this gets done right for next month.
Did we skip over discussion item A?
No, I think that Levi said that he felt like we should talk about that in executive session because
you must have just missed it, Kristen.
I guess I don't understand, why does that need to be an executive session discussion?
Because I'm going to give you, because there's no revisions yet, and I was going to try to give you better legal advice than they did through email.
Okay, but can the board still discuss the policy on the agenda?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, you must have just missed it. I was discussing it, and then there was no response to it.
I totally understand that you have advice that you want to discuss in executive session, but since we tabled this for board discussion, I did want to bring up with the board one of the issues that I had noted here and had asked that the board discuss, and perhaps we could start that now. And if there's any specific examples, hold those.
Let's get through D4 first here while we're in that, and then we'll go back to D3.
Okay.
So Levi, do you need a second to?
Yes, please.
There. Okay.
So do we want the pre-approval for payment for attending training seminars, et cetera, by telecommunications? Do you want that to have to be approved by the board or the president?
I think the president, but that's my opinion.
Yeah, I think it'd be streamlined.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go with that. And then is everybody on board with striking everything that was added in section 5 regarding president's pay for basically meetings other than regular and special meetings of the board?
Yes.
Okay, hearing no objections to that. Okay, all right. Jeff, then you had another comment on D4?
Yeah, 2A, Levi. Each December, the board will review the calendar of cooperative related events and determine which director shall attend. I mean, we don't really do that. And it seems to be working out,
Yeah.
Without that, then that's pretty rigid. It'd be nice if that wasn't in there.
Yeah. Everybody okay with that?
Yeah, we spend a lot of time on it and then it always changes, or we don't have the events already. So makes sense to strike it.
Maybe just leave the monthly one that's right after that.
Jeff, I had only one comment. This is Dick.
Right.
The reason that was established in the past was so that people can plan some of these events when we travel and make arrangements.
Dick, you're breaking up.
You have a lot of
Yeah, I don't know about anybody else, but I haven't heard almost any of it.
events that came up in February, March, April, and May.
I heard
Was because people had to schedule their events. The calendar comes up quickly in February, March, April, and May for events with NRECA and the different organizations. That was the reason that was done. In other words, if someone's planning on attending something in February, March, April, or May, they have to plan their calendar and get their travel arrangements done. That was the reason for that. As long as we can take care of that in the months beforehand, or at least not make it as rigid, just assign people that are going to these events, it'll still work.
Well, I
Well,
follow
I
you.
don't think we have,
That was the reason for that.
I don't think we
Was
have to
just
worry about it for this year. We could try the policy this year with it struck.
I agree.
I mean, so typically, we get word of, say, the NRECA meeting, and then we talk about who's going to go, or any other meeting. So I just think it's so rigid that it doesn't need to be in there, because we're not following it anyway. So
Right. Just as a suggestion, what I've seen at other co-ops is that the general manager staff, as events are announced, there's a monthly upcoming meetings section, and those meetings are added to that list. And as they come up, the board discusses who's going to go.
yeah, and I think we're doing a good job as far as not sending too many people to one event. I mean, it seems to be working out. So, anybody else have anything for that policy for Levi? Levi, are you ready to go back to D3?
Yep.
Okay.
Great. So within D3, under the definitions section 2, a lot of this kind of hinges on how we all interpret item J, which reads as follows: material financial interest means a financial interest in a transaction reasonably expected to impair the objectivity of an official's judgment regarding the transaction. I was hoping that we could spend a little bit of time as a board discussing what that means to all of us individually, so we could do this in a neutral setting before we're with hypotheticals, right, instead of actual examples in case this ever were to arise in the future. Specifically, I think this is a little bit vague and open to interpretation. I can see on the one hand why that might be desirable, yet on the other hand, I think that could lead to confusion. If it were me, I would suggest that we define a dollar amount, which constitutes, a level of concern. And I wanted to throw that out there for the board just to see how all of you interpret this particular clause.
So I will just mention so that's what I planned on discussing in an executive session. There is a legal definition of reasonable. So that's what I was planning on discussing in an executive session. And I will also just mention that I did receive this morning an email regarding proposed legislation from, and I'm not going to pronounce her name right, but she's District 13's, your representative, that she's proposed some governance legislation, including a revamp to the conflicting interest transaction legislation that applies to co-ops. That if that does pass, we would want to revisit this in the future.
So Levi, are you recommending that we hold all of that discussion until executive session?
Not necessarily, but I do have something that will definitely, I would like to be a part of it. So, to me, it would be most efficient, but.
Let's be efficient then.
Okay.
Okay, does anybody have anything else for D3 at this moment? Okay, let's go to, I guess it
D5.
would be D5. Go ahead, Mark.
And D5 and 6 are up in the rotation. They are director's policy, so we wanted to put them on there. Staff has not made any changes to them, but if directors have changes that they would like to see, Levi can note those, and then we will bring this back in February for approval if there are changes. If there are no changes, then we can go ahead and approve D5 and D6 when we get to it.
The only thing I saw was the attachment needs to have an updated date and mileage.
And I'd like to, so for month, maybe month and year up there.
Jeff, where?
Very first,
The attachment?
the expense report, right?
Yeah, the attached
Yeah,
expense report. Someone has an echo.
I think everybody does.
Could everyone mute if you're not talking? That might help.
I was just going to suggest that maybe the attachment for the monthly expense report not be included in the policy because it will be needed to be updated every year. Right now, the cents per mile has changed to 0.56 for 2021. And I know we talked about this a little bit in the last meeting about changing the expense report so that maybe we can have it on the iPads or something like that. I know something Joe is working on as well.
It'd be really cool if we could fill it out on the iPod. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you'd think that NISC would have some sort of thing that we could just do and it would all flow seamlessly.
They do have a couple options. I've been working with them, NISC. They have a expense reporting. The hard part is when it's non-employees and directors, and they do have a director. So I'm working on the flow of approval and submission and getting permissions for people that don't have NISC logins but are outside NISC users. So it's thought it'd be easy because they have something available, but it's turning out to be difficult. And then having other forms. We looked at, like today, I have a couple forms, the 595 and a couple forms, Kristen, for you to fill out. How do we get something on the iPad consistently that you all can just go on the iPad? We have some training. You click to sign it, and then we can turn in all forms along with expense reports. So I'll talk about that in my report. But.
Well, so it sounds like it's in process. So maybe we should approve this policy with the exception of the reference to the attached expense report, which I'm not sure we can necessarily do the way it's written.
Joe, did you have something you wanted to add?
I just wanted to say that, yes, we have a couple of plans to be able to deliver documents, expense documents, and other things that need signatures, electronic signatures, through the security software that runs on all the iPads. It has a feature that allows us to do this. We're working on getting that set up, and we'll be probably trying to test it in maybe February, but probably March.
Okay. So we could approve this policy without the attachment.
Yeah, the way I read it, maybe it got updated. I move to approve without the attachment.
Justin, that was a second by you. Got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on D5? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Okay, as
D6.
mentioned with D5, D6 is also up in the rotation as a director policy. We have not made any changes to it from staff's perspective. And so open to any changes the board may want to make, which Levi will write down, and then we'll make those changes and bring it back in February. So with that, I'll open it up for discussion.
It puts a monetary value.
Go ahead, Justin.
Back to our D3 discussion, it does refer to that and puts a monetary value of 10,000 in competing entities. And I think
Right,
when
so
we
it's
signed,
slightly different. So it's not the exact same thing. It is similar idea, and so it's a similar idea, but this doesn't only. So this is a interest in entity, where D3 it could be your personal financial interest in a transaction. If that makes sense.
No, that clarifies.
But it is the same idea that Kristen's talking about in D3.
Yeah, I was going to say this is I bring this up. I'm not sure how I feel about it, but just some thoughts that I had as we struck the alcohol and drug policy out of one of the director's policies, and I don't know if we want to put anything in this regarding that, or if a director is convicted of has a criminal conduct. I mean, these are really narrow reasons to replace directors, and I think there's certain benefits of having it very, very narrow and specific. But I wonder if it removes some of the power the board might have if there's a real problem.
So real quick, Liz.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick. The authority to remove directors has to come from the bylaws. So
right,
these
from
reasons,
the members.
Right. These reasons are all consistent with the bylaws. And
right. Okay. Yep. Yeah. That makes sense.
So we can do it. And so that's
sense.
something you can do. Co-ops.
But it would be a bylaw change.
But
first.
yeah. Yep.
And I'm mixed on it. I think if it's such an egregious behavioral issue, then the members would act.
And if the board is interested in doing something like that, I think we can have Levi look at the bylaws and potentially propose a change that could be considered at the annual meeting by the membership.
And yep.
So I guess.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to go there.
Okay, that was my question. Does anybody want to go that route of adding, making a change to the bylaws that the membership would consider in June? And Liz is a no.
Someone remind me, in the bylaws, I think there's a requirement that you have X% of the membership vote to remove a director, or recall one.
Yeah. So there's removal by members and there's removal by the board.
Yeah.
Removal by members, and I'm just reading here straight, requires initially a petition signed by 10% of the members.
I think that's such a high bar. No one would ever reasonably accomplish that, given that, even if you look at voting patterns for regular elections, I don't think it ever rises to 10% of, well, certainly not the membership. So I guess one question would be, would it be worth considering requiring signatures from 10% of the eligible voting members in that director's district, right? Because that might be a more reasonable bar and more aligned with our current voting procedures.
A more reasonable bar to unseat a director?
Well, what I'm saying is only people within a certain director's district vote for that director. But our bylaws currently require, if those members want to remove that director, you have to get signatures from 10% of the entire membership not just that particular district. So in my mind, if we wanted to make any kind of change to make it easier to remove directors, it would make sense to look at that requirement around which members are initiating a recall effort.
Levi, back to you.
I'm not sure I really have a legal opinion, and if I did, I'd want to do it in an executive session. But I mean, what she says is accurate as far as directors are voted on by district, and this requires 10% of all members. So, but
yeah, you know, the bar would be pretty high.
Typically, removal is a high bar, but yeah, I mean, it's whether.
I mean, if I'm just thinking if there was a very egregious act, that it might take a long time to remove a director who the membership and directors might not want affiliated with the co-op anymore.
But Levi, I thought, and maybe I'm wrong or misunderstood you, that there are separate provisions for the board to remove in the bylaws and for members to remove in the bylaws.
Yeah, that's right.
And
yep. So
the provision in the bylaws for the board is what drives D6.
That's correct. Yep.
Right. Well, it's something to think about, I think, as a board. Maybe not this go around on this policy, but
well, do we want to
in the future
until next month and give the board a more chance to consider what they may want to do before we just approve it, or want to make changes to it?
Does anyone else have any concerns?
Well, I think Kristen raised the concern of the high bar of membership, which would also be, I mean, it's not directly tied to this, but it does kind of address a similar option for removal. So, but I don't know if the other directors are concerned or want some more time to think about it. I just felt like we should offer that as something, and if everybody's good, then we're good. If they want some more time, it's not that much work for us to just table it and then bring it back next month. It'll look the same next month. I just want to tell you that, but we would bring it back next month.
Does anybody have any?
I mean, we can't change it. We can't change it unless there's a change in the bylaws. So,
real quick, I mean, so what this policy does is it kind of mirrors the bylaws, but it's a little lower standard, right? Because this is just what creates a presumption that then you have to go through the process in the bylaws of having the hearing and deciding whether the director has actually violated any of the portions of the bylaws that you can remove the board member for. So, for example, I don't know if the $10,000. I don't believe the $10,000 figure is in the bylaws. It just says financially. Let me see here. It says substantially financially interested in, right? So the 10,000 is just a presumption, and then you have a hearing and you decide, okay, well, they have a $10,000 interest. Is that actually substantially financially interested in? So, for example, you could change that $10,000 language without changing the bylaws.
I actually think that's a really good point. This is D6, so 10,000 would make you ineligible, right? So it seems to me that the threshold for conflict of interest would be lower than that.
Just real quick, just to be clear, 10,000 doesn't make you ineligible. It creates a presumption that would then kick in the bylaw provisions that you would then give the board member a hearing and decide whether they actually are substantially financially interested.
Thank you for the legalese.
Yep.
So what he means is you got to do a lot more work after you invoke this provision.
Yeah.
So if we're going to move forward and approve this policy, we'll need a motion. If not, I don't know where we're going with it, other than bring it back next month to discuss it further with no changes to it.
I
You
have
either need a
one
motion
suggested
to
edit.
approve or a motion to table.
Kristen had a suggestion.
Yeah, just in A1, it says must be a member of the cooperative with a primary residence in the cooperative's boundary and receive electric service within the particular district which he or she is to represent. There are members that have a primary residence here and then several rental properties. So we may want to just add a word in there to specify that receives electric service at their primary residence within the particular district which he or she is to represent. Otherwise, it could
And I think-
technically read to say you could just choose one of your rental properties to be where you want to represent.
Yeah, and I think the bylaws have been
They do.
clarified.
I'm looking for the
on
exact
that.
language.
So this doesn't quite match the bylaws.
Let me look. Because the bylaws were revised and now I'm not finding it. Because I believe it uses
Yeah, there were
home. Yeah, it uses
the IRS home definition. It seemed like there are qualifications and then something else in the bylaws. I can't pull them
so
up
it does
right now.
need, yep, you're both, Chris and Liz, you're both right. It should be revised. And so I'll revise that to be consistent with the bylaws for next month.
Okay,
But
so move
you
to
still-
table.
Okay. So
Okay,
Jeff,
we
you
have-
have a motion to table.
Motion by Liz, second by Dick. Any further discussion on this? Okay, all those in favor? The motion carries. All right, moving on.
Okay, DOE grant, we discussed this a little bit earlier. Kristen provided us with the first draft for us to look at. We'll have a meeting. She also indicated in the email that DOE has increased the funding. I believe it's close to $70 million. I think it was 69.5. So we will provide, or we'll do some work on that and get it together, and we will then file it with DOE and keep our fingers crossed and see where it goes. And so unless Kristen had any more that she wanted to share on this, I think that covers this topic.
Yeah, so I apologize to everyone. I had anticipated getting this done over the holidays, but just spent every waking hour working on the house project. But what this proposal essentially does is packages some of the pilot programs that Mountain Parks has already invested in grid enabled or grid responsive technologies, and highlights how we could, with a DOE investment, roll those out even bigger. So for example, do more of the water heater demand controllers, the electric thermostat controllers, potentially augment our Electrify Everything program, and so on and so forth. So once Rob has the opportunity to read and review that, I'm hopeful that you'll be able to share that with the entire board, Rob.
And we will do that before we send it out. And did we clarify what the submission date is? Because I think that Rob had thought that it had been moved, and I just want to make sure that we don't set an unrealistic time frame for the board and then find out that, oh, by the way, we missed it, so never mind.
It is the end of February, but DOE does encourage concept papers to be submitted earlier than that. That would give, if you are encouraged to submit a full application, that would give you additional time, because I believe full applications are due in early March.
Okay, so what we will attempt to do is we'll have the discussion next week early. We will finalize something, send it out to the board, and then give the board a timeline as to when we need comments back. And then we will implement those and then submit it to DOE prior to the deadline, and then give them the opportunity to tell us whether or not they love us and would like to give us $70 million, or $7 million for that matter, or $700,000. I mean, we're not greedy. We'll take anything. So that's the path that we will take on this going forward.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay, you have in the packet, we received from NRTC a option to identify the voting delegate. They currently have it as Dick because the NRECA and NRTC are basically at the same time. I believe they're part of the same meeting. They have the alternate delegate as Jeff. So I have to certify that these are our delegates. So I'm asking the board if these are the delegates they want for that meeting, or if they want to change those. And if so, let me know, and I will make that change prior to certification.
Dick, are you gonna be able to do that?
I'd do it.
I can do that if
Given that Dick's in Mexico and having some
Board
communication
with-
challenges, it may be useful to nominate someone else.
Dick, are you gonna be attending the
somebody
NRE?
else's interest.
Dick, are you attending the
I have
NRE?
no problem.
Dick, you might need to just call in. You're really breaking up on us.
The
Go.
answer is no.
Okay,
No
so you're
to
not,
your
okay, you're not attending the NRECA meeting?
correct.
Okay. Liz, did you say you had some interest in that?
Yeah, I can do the NRTC, and also if NRECA has, it seems like it's all online. I'd be willing to do both.
Perfect. Yeah, I think it's like it's actually have to register for the NRECA meeting. And it looks like it's like a 4-day meeting at the end of February.
Right.
So I'll be attending.
And I think we should talk about which parts are important to attend from Mountain Park's standpoint. We don't have to do it right now, but maybe in February. So we have, or maybe I'll get together with you prior to that and, see which days, what's on the agenda.
Yeah, I'll be attending that too for CRVA, so I'll be there as well.
Okay.
So we will need a motion to add Liz as the voting delegate for NRTC. Can somebody make that motion?
So
I
moved.
have a motion by Kristen and a second by Mark. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. G.
Okay, moving on to the MPE telecommunicating policy. This is something that we have discussed prior. I will turn it over to Jessica to make any comments that she would like to on this policy.
Hello. Pull it up here. So Liz, we made the adjustment that you had suggested from December to 4B, which is on the second page of the policy. Last time we briefly discussed, so telecommuting is something that we all had talked about before. And now with the pandemic, obviously a lot of people are telecommuting. So what we wanted to do was put together a policy that would work for Mountain Parks going forward, that would also satisfy our needs for business continuity. So the managers reviewed the policy, made some suggestions. We made those adjustments. And today, I think we'd like any other comments, questions, or concerns from the board on starting this policy.
I think, as Jessica said, this is, although we don't have a policy, this is something we're already doing because it's part of our COVID response. And so we want to try and formalize what we do with a policy so that going forward, once we are post-COVID, that if we have an operational need to have somebody telecommunicate, that is something that we can do, and there's a policy for how it will work. And so with that, open it up to any board member questions. Jeff?
And we don't need a motion on this, correct? This is just informational, or?
No, you don't need a motion, but we want to give the board an opportunity to, provide any comments, concerns about the policy, and then we can take those into account and modify those. Liz, as Jessica said, had a concern with 4B, and we made a change to that. It's been reviewed at least 3 times that I'm aware of by the management team, because there were things as we went through the first draft that were concerning. We tried to change them. It still concerned some of the managers, so we made additional changes. And so, this is something that is really difficult to do. I will tell you, to try and make sure that you hit everything for something like this. I mean, internet connections and equipment and upgrading and what you can and can't do, adding to your computer, because it's not your home computer, it is your work computer. And so I think that those are some of the challenges that the management team went through in trying to put together a policy that if we need it, we can use it, but that it doesn't allow things to get out of hand, put it that way.
I just want to say, well, I'm not sure, don't we vote on all the policies? I mean, if we think that this is in its best form for right now and we don't have any changes, wouldn't the board want to approve it?
Well, so Liz, this is a employee handbook policy, not a board level policy.
Okay. All right. Well, never mind on that. I want to say thank you for putting this together. I did just see a Wall Street Journal article, I think, regarding IBM, and they said they didn't think they'd ever go back to working the way they did prior to COVID, that they'll be having that how they work and the telecommuting portion and just all of that it will never go back to the way it was. So I'm glad you guys are kind of thinking about what it looks like in the future and then creating some policy.
And what I will tell you is in conversations with the other Colorado managers, that is frequent refrain, Holy Cross, and a number of the others have said that, what they have found is that their business model is going to change post-COVID. And it's probably not going back to the way that they have done it in the past. That is requiring changes to their working facilities and the way that people work, potentially letting go of some of the space that they will no longer need because they will not have as many employees in the office at one time. And so, I got the sense that they do lease some of their facilities from other people. We don't do that. So that's not really an issue for us, but it could, allow us to reconfigure things to make it a better work environment moving forward.
And I'll tell you guys, so I did submit our employee handbook plus this policy in its current form to Employers Council for review about 2 weeks ago, and they are about 8 weeks out. So this policy will probably not be able to be effective until maybe April 1st at the soonest. So if anything else came up, anyone had concerns, questions, we still have some time.
Okay, perfect.
so
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any immediate questions. As Jessica said, if you take some time and read through it and you say, wait, and you have a concern, you can email me or Jessica, and we can discuss that and look at the possibility of changing it. So, okay, moving on to H. This has been on there now for a couple of months. It was a request from North Park for a fiber project that they want to do. We've made a number of requests to them to give us a dollar number for the project. We have not received anything. So what I would suggest is, since there's really nothing here for you to look at, that we will pull this item and not put it back on the agenda until they get back with us with how much they're looking for us to give them. I think the board needs to have a complete proposal from them, including what they want to do and how much it's going to cost and what they're asking us for, before you take any action on it. So that would be my recommendation related to this one, is that we just pull it.
Are they asking us to string the fiber?
No, they're asking us, from what we know, to help pay for the fiber project. I think that there may be some request for helping to string the fiber, but that's the problem. The request that they've given us is that they want to do certain things to connect their campus, some of the older campus with the new campus, and that they want to use fiber to do it. And there are a lot of wonderful things. All of those things are probably true and great. They haven't told us how they want to do it. They haven't told us how much it's going to cost or how much they're looking for from us, or what other support they may be looking forward from us. Okay, not seeing anything. We'll move on to the strategic plan. I believe, was it Monday, Jeff? Or when did you send my updated strategic plan?
Went out yesterday.
Okay, Wednesday, the updated strategic plan matrix, which kind of goes through each of the objectives, each of the goals. We have updated that, updated dates. We have updated responsibility for some of the issues with the retirement of Rich. And of course, then when we get the new person, we'll put their name in it. We have updated the percentage completion. And then I have provided comments that staff went over to identify, kind of an update of what it means that we say, oh, we're 10% done or we're 50% done, what that actually means, and any challenges that we've had associated with it. And then the managers reviewed those comments, suggested some changes. I implemented those changes and then forwarded that to Jeff to forward to the board. I don't know if there's any action the board needs to take at this point because we are not changing the strategic plan. However, there are a couple of comments in there that at some point we may bring back to the board to change in a clarification way of the plan on some of the issues, because there are a couple things that I note that are somewhat vague and that we need to maybe be a little more specific on what type of metric we would use to actually measure. One of them has to do with equity, and the other has to do with employer of choice, what metrics we might want to do. We've provided some possibilities to the board, but if the board has any other suggestions, very much open to those. And if we did something that would change the goal, then I think the board would need to take an action to change that goal so that we could then modify it. So open to any questions or comments on that.
Did anyone not get that? Did everybody get it? Okay, looks like everybody got it. Do you have something, Kristen?
Yeah, I see a reference here to an existing wildfire plan that I've never seen. So I'm hoping someone could share that with me.
we will get a copy for the board.
Thank you.
I think we generally refer to it as the vegetation management plan, don't we?
I think that
Or is there a more
but
robust
I believe
plan?
that there is a wildfire management plan separate from the vegetation management plan. But a lot of the things we do in the vegetation management plan are to mitigate wildfires. Well, actually,
Yeah,
everything
I'd
we
love
do
to.
in the plan.
Yeah, I think I agree. I'd like to see the plan. I wasn't aware that we had a separate plan. But I think we've talked, and we might want to talk more in executive session about some specific things. I know Mark's brought up something. I definitely have some concerns, and I'd like to see the plan. I wasn't sure that we had a cohesive plan. I know a lot has been done on this subject, but I didn't know that if we had something that tied all those efforts together. And I think it'd be worth, if we do, having the board read through it.
And it may be a miscommunication between me and staff. They may be referring to the vegetation management plan as our wildfire mitigation plan, because as I said, everything in that plan is designed to prevent fires and contact with lines, which potentially will start fires. But it is not sufficient, in my opinion. If that is our only plan, that's not sufficient. So I will confirm that and then get something out to the board, either telling them that my statement was incorrect. There is not a separate wildfire management plan. That is something I also mentioned in there, that there is legislation and that the state is working on, and other co-ops are working on things to where that we can implement best practices into, if we develop a more comprehensive plan, which Liz talked about, that all of those things will need to be considered and potentially put into that plan as best practices.
I find this format very helpful. I don't know how other board members feel, but I'd love to see this more frequently than once a year.
Well, and it is scheduled to be a semi-annual update. So since the plan was put in place in July, we actually created the matrix, and so July 1 would have put us through the end of December. It obviously didn't make it until January. So July 1 would be the next one. If the board would like to see it more frequently on, say, maybe a quarterly basis, we could look at that and make that change, because in the plan it does say semi-annual update, but we could change that to quarterly or 3 times a year, whatever the board is interested in seeing, because this is a living document, so changes happen pretty much every day onto the stuff that we're working on. In addition to that, it's something that is a document that is shared between the board, management, and our members. And if there are things that the board sees as we do these updates that need to be modified to give better direction, strategic direction to management, then I think that could be very helpful.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea to have that quarterly. Keeps us fresh in our mind, and we see this, we see it now, and it's going to generate some questions, I'm sure. So it'd be probably better to see it sooner than later again.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that there's certain things that we know that are underway and are going to take some time, and then like the other, like the things you talked about, like how are we measuring equity, and what was your other thing you talked about, how to measure? The one that I thought maybe would be customer service, employer of choice, and then for me, the customer service question, like figuring out how we measure those. We don't want to wait until July to figure that out. So some of those things need to be done more quickly, and an update quarterly would make sense. I also had a question on the SAIDI numbers. I'm not really aware of what our 5-year average is. And then I thought, Rob does a really good job tracking weather, the temperature and the heating degree days. And I was like, I'd love to see the SAIDI in that same sort of format so we can see what's going on over the years. I mean, we have, I don't know, 15 years of weather data. It'd be good to have the SAIDI data sort of in the same format. We know that there are big events that change the SAIDI numbers, and we could note those, but still it would give us more insight over time.
No, I agree that I think that would be helpful. What we can do is update the matrix to put the 5-year average in there. Obviously, each year it will change, but at least it will be something that people can see as our 5-year average, so we can do, I think, all of those things. And I would agree with you that some of these things need to be addressed sooner rather than later. With the employer of choice, my past experience has been that there are a number of companies that had done that. We had newspapers and stuff like that. We also had a business magazine that put the top 50 employers in the city, and kind of went through, and it had information related to a number of employees, size, what they did, but then it also went into ratings for best place to work. Generally, they did like a top 10, and so there was, I think, a more independent source to gather some of that information. At least from what we have looked at this point, that's not really available to mountain parks currently. It could be that we just haven't found it, or that maybe we could sponsor something like that for the Sky High News or North Park paper to do, top 5 employees kind of thing, and they could then run it. Those are what I found with those is those are generally somewhat skewed because there are not a lot of people that respond to them. Now, in an area like Anchorage, which 300,000 people, or an area like Grand County with 12,000 people, that skewing would probably be less. But there would still be people that read the paper, one, are aware of the survey, two. Of course, we could put it on our website to promote it. And then 3, that would respond to it may skew the results. I mean, if all of our employees put it in and said, we're the best place to work, that could constitute, 50% or more of the responses that they get. So now, of course, if all of our employees said that we weren't a great place to work, that would skew it as well. I don't anticipate that would happen. So we will change the matrix to be quarterly. We will put in the SAIDI 5-year average. And then what I will do, if the board is okay, we will put this as an agenda item for February, so that if you want to discuss specifically any of the issues in it, we can do that in February. And if the board is okay with the things that are there, then we can just wait until the next update, which would be April 1st.
Well, that sounds good, Mark. Thanks.
Okay, with that, we will move on to the certificate for the RUS,
yeah.
Yeah, thankfully it's not IRS. The certificate, and Stacy, I will let you go through these.
Yeah.
RUS requires this certificate with the signatures there, and it refers to the title isn't very descriptive. It's certificate.
No,
of
I can talk about it.
Okay.
So it's a certificate of authority to allow the people listed below, Mark, Jeff, and Kristen, the ability to sign off on what RUS considers the Form 595, which is really our the co-op's way to ask for money on our FFB loan and our RESP loans. So when I go to do a loan request, this loan request form is referred to as Form 595. And I am required to send that off to RUS. If they have this certificate of authority on file, on that Form 595, I could ask Kristen, Jeff, or Mark to sign off without bringing it to the board to get approval. This is a standard form that's usually kept on file and done when we first apply for any loans, FFB or RESP loans. It's under their, well, it says it was a 1997 form, but trying to make things easier with the federal government to request loan funds. This makes the process a little bit faster if we have this on file for them when I go to request those funds. So we have 2 loans, which I was going to give an update in my financial report, but one loan, the FFB, which I'm referring to, is a $30 million loan, which we have not drawn on. And then we have the $10 million RESP loan, which we also have not drawn on, but upcoming draws could be in our near future for both.
So with that, we will open it to the board for questions or comments.
So this gives you authority to draw on essentially existing lines of credit?
Existing loans that the board has approved, yes.
And that's for the FFB loan would be, so for example, if we made a big improvement and then it was completed and then we transition over to FFB, it's like it's all the work's completed. Is that the same form?
Yeah, the process for the FFB loan begins with each work order. So we keep track of work orders, we finalize the work orders, it gets put on a Form 219, which is a summary each month of every work order. Scott, the engineer, goes through and does a sampling of work order inspections to make sure we're using the correct material, we're installing it correctly. And then he signs off and Mark signs off on the monthly 219s. I send it to RUS and then they put it on a Form 306, which is a summary of all of those submissions, 500,000, 600,000, and they keep track of that every month, what we can draw on. And then when we're ready to draw, I submit Form 595 when I need the funds for that money that's already been given to them, approved by our engineer and our manager. So.
Okay, thanks for clarifying the process. I just wanted to make sure that I understood the process. We all know there's a process. I move to approve this, whatever we want to call it, form, post certificate of authority.
We have a motion by Liz and a second by Dick. Is there any further discussion? Looks like we need to get in there and sign that for you, Stacy.
Yeah. Please. Okay. I can put it up by the drive-through if you're all around. I can figure it out with Mark. I'll have him sign it first. And Jeff and Kristen, if you're available to go through the drive-through starting tomorrow, I'll put this up front, this form up front for you just to come by, sign. Okay, thank you.
Perfect.
And is this form associated with any other paperwork? Is this just a copy of the last page, essentially?
Nope, this is the only page.
It's the shortest government form I've ever seen. Okay.
Well, that's why they have so many forms. You know, as she was going through there, she named off like 6 different forms, and for one process. Unfortunately, they love their forms. And when we get on with our representative, he just loves to just keep naming off all the forms that we need to do. I think Mark probably has a little bit of experience with that as well.
And there used to be more documents required for this. Yeah. And in fact, if you read this, it refers to a resolution that's attached. But the federal government had the Paperwork Reduction Act. So they got rid of some of the requirements, but they didn't bother to change the certificate to indicate that you in fact don't need a resolution. Typical inefficiency. But so at least it's less paper now.
Okay, we got a motion and a second, and all those in favor?
Aye.
Looks like the motion carries. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Okay, the next item is the revenue deferral board resolution, and it is accompanied by the deferred revenue plan. We have, you know, with the circumstances of this year, reduced expenses, better than expected margins. We have the ability to defer $750,000, which we would otherwise have to utilize this year. And with the plan, you see where we will move that $750,000 to. We have discussed this now several times with RUS. And initially, they had suggested earlier in the year that they would not be supportive of this and they would not allow us to do that, even though the IRS says that we can do this. And it's something that is, I would say, normal practice for those people that have the ability to defer revenue. RUS has since changed their mind, and they are supportive of this and will help to get this pushed through on their side. So with that, I will open it up to questions or comments from the board.
How much deferred revenue is going to be available for paying the fire bills?
We'll have a total of $2 million in deferred revenue.
And do we really have extra dollars to continue to defer from 2020 and 2021, or will we want to use that?
I don't need it. I'm looking at the financials for 2020 currently, because the financials are stable through December as far as not needing to recognize the $750,000 that I'm required to recognize. And because of that fact, I thought I'll recognize it and defer it again.
And so to your question, Kristen, the $2 million is already set aside. This does not change the $2 million. As Stacy said, we have to recognize 750 of it because it's come to the end of its time. And then this allows us to defer it again. And so to maintain that $2 million balance. And the dates in here, correct me if I'm wrong, Stacy, it doesn't mean that we have to wait until 2022 to use this. It just says that by 2022, 2023, and 2024, that at that point, we either have to take it or defer it again.
Yeah, so go ahead. Go ahead, Liz.
No, go ahead, Stacy.
So I was just going to say, for clarity, I was going to do this in my report, but the first revenue deferral we did was 2016. We had 4 years to recognize that revenue, which ends in 2020. And I don't need to recognize it to stabilize rates, to stabilize the financial statements for 2020. So under the IRS code that we fall under, I'm able to just recognize, defer it again. RUS, almost did the same thing Mark did. RUS requires us, and I like it because of transparency with the board and our members, requires us to amend our plan and have an actual resolution for the board to do another deferral. That's the reason I'm recommending this. And then once I recommend, we take it to RUS and they actually have to approve it. And because of the time frame of their approval prior to our audit, I would prefer to have this approval done sooner rather than later. Usually I like to wait till December financials are final, but going into December, as you can see with November financials, we're pretty strong. And then I looked at December, and December is okay as well. So,
Stacy, wasn't there talk of them not approving these plans anymore, or is that?
Yeah, in 2018, they told me not to request a revenue deferral. Going into 2019, we did have, so I didn't make a request in 2018, and I didn't feel like we needed to. 2019, they were approving some, not approving any, and then I met with our CINEO, our RUS rep, and some of his bosses last week, and they said they are approving openly what they said, revenue deferral plans this year.
So just so I'm clear, because I'm a little muddled on this. This document would amend our referral plan so that 2016 deferral could be used later? Or is this a document that says this year we're going to have this $750,000 of revenue we want to defer?
It's really a hybrid. We have to recognize that 2016 money this year. So we have to take that money and add it to revenue. We don't need it, but what it does, we add it to revenue and then we take 2020 revenue and defer that.
Okay.
It would be, I mean, yes, it would be a lot easier process if they just let us say, you know what, we don't need this, can we move it forward? But they don't do that. So it's a little bit of a
so it goes in as revenue, and then we're asking them that okay, that makes sense. Okay, thank you.
And just to also clarify, so if in 2021 we have big bills that we need to cover for fire recovery, we have up to $2 million worth of deferred revenue that we could potentially draw upon?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
I am projecting in the deferred revenue plan, and what I'd like to add to the budget will be 500,000. But we have the ability to do all 2 million. Yes.
Carl, did you have
Jeff,
something?
yes, I did. Stacy, if we, or Mark, if we don't defer this revenue, what do we have to do with it? Pay it back as capital credits?
No, it just increases our margin for 2020. We don't necessarily have to pay it back as capital credits, but it would provide more margins for the board to allocate in 2021.
Wait, Mark, yeah, I've already allocated the $750,000. So I allocate all revenue in the current year, and then I defer. In talking with different co-ops, our CPA firm, instead of deferring and not allocating in the year that we decide to implement revenue deferral, I allocate all of the deferred revenue in the year that it was earned for those members that were active in that year. So you have two choices. You can go allocate when you bring it back into revenue. We do not do that. We allocate the year it's earned as revenue.
And I think that's the correct way to do it. And I understand. I mean, if we didn't defer it, then if we had a particularly bad year in 2021, we couldn't apply that revenue to that year, and perhaps our tier or O tier would be an issue. I mean, this allows us to make sure that we're okay with our, if some bad event happens, heaven forbid there be any of those, it allows us to have revenue that we can slide in without having to raise rates to meet loan requirements. Not that we're anywhere close to that, but still.
And what we have seen in talking with the other Colorado co-op managers, the meetings that we've had, there are some that are in that second case that they don't have enough deferred revenue, and so they are needing to raise rates related to COVID and other things because they were hit significantly harder than we were with revenue losses, and they need deferred revenue to make that up, or they need to be able to raise rates. And so there's a few co-ops that have raised rates as a result of COVID. And Liz is correct that we have this $2 million cushion to help us. There's a possibility it wouldn't be enough, but it would make it a whole lot easier than not having anything. But Carl, did that answer your question?
Yeah, but I had some further questions. Do we have a projection of the expenses due to the fire for 2021 as to how much extra revenue we're going to need?
Most of those, and I'm looking to see if Scott's there. Scott, The expenses that we've incurred primarily, or the majority, I'll say, of the expenses related to the fire were incurred in 2020, but there are additional expenses that will be incurred in 2021 and potentially beyond, right?
That is correct.
So Carl, we do have some of those projections. We're working to refine those because that's some of what FEMA looks for. We can get those numbers to the board if you are interested in seeing those for 2021, 2022, and 2023.
Well, my question about the deferred revenue, and I'm all for deferring revenue to keep the organization stable, but we have member concerns about rates, and we're looking to a new power supply to reduce rates and everything else. If we don't have projections to utilize this deferred revenue that's been deferred since 2016, why aren't we using it to lower rates?
And my response to that would be, it would be a one-time thing, so we could potentially use it to lower rates for a year or two, and then we're going to be out of deferred revenue, and then we would need to go back and raise rates potentially.
Well, if you used all the deferred revenue, I guess, from what I'm hearing, you have to, but a smaller rate reduction over a longer period would be more favorable to me, but whatever.
Well, and I do know that in discussions with the Tri-State CEO members, that is something that Tri-State has looked at, is using some deferred revenue to help to lower rates. I don't think the board, and you probably know better than I, but I don't think the board has settled on anything, but they have a significant deferred revenue, and that could be a way for them to lower rates and do a smaller amount on a longer period of time. But I think that in the discussions that Dwayne has had with the Colorado, well, all of the CEOs from the 4 states, that what they're looking at is finding systematic cost reductions that support the reduction of the rate, as opposed to using deferred revenue, because it's more of a one-time thing that even if you use it sparingly over time, it takes a lot of money to do that. And so generally, you're not going to use deferred revenue as a rate reduction way to do it. You're going to do that through reduced costs.
And I understand that, Mark, and I appreciate it. And I've gone through that discussion at Tri-State also, but we justify deferred revenues as rate stabilization. At some point in time, if we're going to continue to receive revenues for whatever reason beyond our costs, then we need to start thinking about rate reduction. And thank you for the explanation, and that's all I had.
I think, Carl, if I could add to, when we look at the budget each year, I normally have a 2% operating margin built into it. And we have large producers that make up 5%, 10% of our load that are going to switch to solar that I know about, that could stop producing oil, that could shut down. And to be a conservative accountant, should that revenue be 2%, 3%, or 4%? I'd be more comfortable 3 to 5% because of some of this loss load we could incur. But I think every year as a board, as we look at the budget and we say, okay, we have $2 million, which is a 5% cushion, we can keep rates stable. We can keep rates low and sustain a really unusual loss in revenue like a COVID year. Man, I was glad we had this deferred revenue for a 1 year weird, with the fire, with COVID, with these big losses. instead of having to raise rates in June with COVID, I couldn't even imagine having to go to our membership and ask that. But since we had this deferred revenue, I thought this is great. We did a tight budget. We didn't raise rates with the fear of losses of kilowatt hour sales, and we have a backup. So I feel every year when we look at a tighter budget, tighter margins, I take into account this revenue deferral, and it's in our rates now. I believe that's my thought.
But our margins are not tighter. They've been going up. If you look at your graph over the years, you know, we several years ago had 2 or 3% margins. We're now consistently having 5 or 6.
You're talking
But there's
actual versus projected. So when I look at projected margins, which is the budget, each year I project no more than 2%, 2 to 3%. The last 2 years, 3 years, with the growth of our system, specifically due to the added load with oil, specifically due to this crazy real estate market, we have not kept up. And because of that growth, we haven't maintained our work plan projects as we had projected. So you can usually see, looking at projected versus actual, if you look at depreciation, I think we're going to spend $3 to $5 million each year on work plan projects. And because of the growth the last 3 years, we haven't gotten to that. And because of that, a big part of the depreciation expense is not showing up on the actual. So it makes the margins look a little bit better. But the growth in sales has been something that was not projected. It's a little bit difficult to project that type of growth in the wild real estate market we've had here, would be my response to that.
And we are working, Scott and I have been working with operations to make the work plan more of a priority to get jobs done. And if we are unable to do it with our own resources, to bring in contractors to keep up with system maintenance, because just adding new customers is great. But if we don't maintain the system, at some point, it's going to cause us significant problems. And so we are looking more at, as we move into 2021, the potential use of contractors to address some of these projects that our guys just haven't been able to get through. At the beginning of the year, they say, oh yeah, we can do that. But as we go through the year with all of the new work that needs to be done to bring on new services, they don't get to it. And that's why if you have a large capital project program, and as Stacy said, it's $5 or $6 million, and we complete $1.8 million, that affects the projections going forward, because we didn't do what we thought we were going to do. And my experience in the past has been that line crews will always tell you they can do everything, but when you get down to it, there's only so many hours that they can work, and so there is stuff that doesn't get done. So with MLMP, we had projects that our line crews did. We had a day labor contract for smaller projects, and then we had a fixed money contract pool that we could say, for instance, this is a $1.8 million project. You know, they bid on it, and then it was fixed to that, so they had to worry about how they made it happen to get it all done. If their costs ran over, it didn't matter to us. And so we're going to I think, be implementing more of that strategy to allow us to address the maintenance of the system that we are not necessarily being able to get to. And that with the fiber project, that's definitely one of the issues that we will be contracting out a lot of the work to do that, because our guys could do it. They just don't have the time.
Mark, this is Carl again, and I appreciate that. I just want to bring up a point that, we justify to the members that the service availability charge is basically to keep our system whole and maintained and replaced, et cetera, et cetera. and we're not charging enough. But yes, yet there's one of their biggest complaints. But when we start using deferred revenue to replace that, then there's something wrong in our system, in my mind. So when the members start questioning, or if they, and I'm not saying they will, or if they do, but there needs to be a limit on this deferred revenue, in my mind, as to keep, banking it away and not utilizing it. So just my comments. Thank you.
No, appreciate that. And if you recall, when we talked about deferred revenue last year, that was a similar point to what Dick brought up, is how much is enough, and where's the limit? And at that time, we said that we believed 2 million was appropriate, and we saw no reason to go above $2 million. And that especially, and at the time, we didn't realize we were going into potentially a pandemic. When that did happen, we were glad that we had the $2 million to tide us over should it be needed. And so I think this is something that we will look at every year, discuss with the board. And if we come to a point where we think that $2 million is too much, then we'll reduce our deferred revenue.
This is Liz, and I think this is a very useful conversation. I hear Carl's point on rate reduction. I have to say that since I've been on the board, this is kind of a good problem to have, in that I feel like we have been budgeting conservatively and tightly, and between the maintenance and depreciation issues and the fact we've just sold more electricity than we thought we would sell, and the fact that the demand charges have dropped, we've overshot our margins. And we also depend on margins from the associations that we belong to, and them paying us. And we don't really know when we set our budget that for sure they're going to come through on that. And so I think that I'm in favor of this deferral. I think it makes sense to do it. We're not increasing the amount, we're sticking with that 2 million, and I feel like that's a healthy cushion for the co-op. And, I think we'd be having a far different conversation if we budgeted too tight and then our sales dropped and for 2 or 3 years in a row. That would be a really hard discussion.
Liz, that sounded like a motion. Was that a motion?
I move to approve.
A motion by Liz. Second by Justin. Is there any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Okay, that moves us on to our last discussion item, which is the Western United Annual Meeting, which is March the 9th. This one, and I believe the last one, or the last two, we did not make the 10-day notice requirement to members. So expect to see them back on the agenda for February for ratification of the decision that you did make, because we wanted to be able to get these things done based on timelines, but we didn't make the 10-day notice requirement for members so that they could see them in advance. So this one is the annual meeting, and we need to select a delegate for that, and the meeting is on March the 9th.
Anybody have any interest in that? I think, was that CREA annual meeting, Mark?
No, it's Western United.
No, is it at the CREA annual meeting though? I should probably know that, but.
I believe that last year it was, because I remember that was, as somebody asked if I was experiencing COVID, I was sick at that meeting and missed the last day or half a day because I figured I was not, one, I didn't want to infect anybody else, but two, I just wasn't there. And I believe that they did do the Western United annual meeting as part of the CRA. It's one of the breakout sessions, I think.
That, Jeff, that is the scheduled CREA meeting as per Western United's calendar.
Okay. And typically we don't, you're not that delegate, right, Dick?
Normally I am,
Oh, you are. Okay.
but it doesn't matter.
And so will you'll be at that meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, let's have Dick do it then. If you're
Okay,
willing.
we have a motion by Liz.
I move it.
A second by Mark. All those in favor? Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, so we are at 11:05. Do we want to push through to noon and then take a break for lunch?
I was hoping maybe we can get to 11:30, Mark, and then take a lunch break. Does that sound good to everybody?
That works for me, if it works for everybody else.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
first report up is engineering. That is Scott, and you have his report. And he is available to answer any questions that anybody might have.
I have a question. How come we don't see more of the items that have been assigned to operations and engineering in the strategic plan in the engineering and operations reports?
I don't think I understand the question. The items that are assigned to operations, why are they not in the?
Yeah, so in that matrix that was shared, there's a number of strategic priorities for the board, such as the wildfire plan that have been delegated. So I would assume that given that this is our once a month opportunity to update the board, that we would have more updates on those items the board has identified as priorities. I feel like we get a lot of important but minutia in some of the reports. I don't necessarily need to know that Gene designed 6 services in the Rome development, although that's great. I'd like to see more of the board's strategic priorities related to operations and engineering in the operation and engineering report.
And we can modify the reports to focus more on that and maybe provide a matrix of some of the other information on services and that type of thing. And engineering currently is, I know you were just giving an example, but engineering currently isn't working necessarily on the fire mitigation plan. That would be operations, but unfortunately for Scott, currently that's him too. And until we get the new person. And as I mentioned, I think in the strategic plan that the new person that comes in, those are going to be goals for that person as well. And since they are goals for that individual, I would expect that their monthly report would reference progress that they're making in those specific areas.
I hear you a little, Kristen, a little bit, but I also will say, like, when I read this, I think of, for example, in Scott's notes, he says, I met with all my direct reports to set individual goals for 2021. I look at that as being a supporting action for being an employer of choice. If you're engaging with your employees, you set goals, you have feedback, there's mentorship. I look at that as part of supporting the plan. I look at that Heather's correcting connectivity in the GIS data and MapWise, and that MapWise is, they're working with the work orders that were in Futura. I'm like, that is all having to do with our metadata management, well, with NISC, and being able to leverage that to provide good information to make us work more effectively and efficiently. And so I see some of this stuff as, yeah, this is interesting to know that they are working in Rome or whatever, but there are other bits that I look at. And I guess the new construction apps and services taken as one-offs, we might not see trends, but the fact that we're processing these on a timely basis relates to customer service, which is another strategic goal. Maybe it's a format that we need to tweak a little bit so we can see it better as to how it supports our strategic plan. But when I read it, I do think, and I do look at what's going on, and I do think about how that supports our plan. And I do see items. You're right about the wildfire plan. When we get into ops or an executive session, I do have some questions on, follow up on some of those items.
And I think as I responded to Kristen, that I think there's a format change that needs to happen in the reports to where maybe we list the strategic things that have been assigned to them and then provide the detail as to how what they are doing supports those strategic initiatives. And we can do that. Any other questions for Scott? Not that I let him answer the question, but
Scott, King Mountain Ranch, we got to rebuild that whole section of line.
Yeah, they want service next summer so they can start rebuilding and demolition. It's going to be a tough project. We're going to have to get Forest Service permit, and they're moving. They're not really satisfying me that they're going to move on it. So we're going to have to get some help with this one.
I'd like to discuss some of this in executive session regarding specific members.
okay.
Justin,
Any other questions for Scott? If not, we will move on.
Justin has.
I just
Go
have
ahead,
a
Chris.
general question on that same, without getting into individual members, are you planning on putting in a underground line all the way up 125? It's currently above ground in a conduit. So I don't know if you're planning on fixing the overhead or transitioning that to a underground line.
The part going along 125 will be underground. So the location of the overhead line is really very, very poor. It's been a discussion item ever since long before I started working here about getting that off of that mountainside. And I don't see any point in trying to rebuild that line up there. I think if we're going to do it, now's the time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is there a cost estimate on that? Is there a cost estimate? Is there a
Dick,
cost?
that's what I wanted to.
There
That's what I
is.
wanted to talk about in executive session.
I don't know what the figures are right off the top of my head, but I can find out.
I recall from last meeting that we were promised an update on the overall costs of the fire in this meeting. Maybe that's something we can discuss in executive too.
Well, I don't believe our estimate at this point has changed from the $7 million. We obviously have a number of placeholders in there. As Scott mentioned, the cost of undergrounding versus building it on the side of the mountain, and other things. So I really think that for now, 7 million is where we are at. That number will be revised as we get actual projects that we can either put out to bid or know that we're going to do ourselves. And then we can provide, we can continue to update the board on what the number is, but at this point, I don't think that it has moved off the 7 million for now.
I'm trying to reconcile that with a statement made just an hour earlier that most of the bills from the fire had come in. So maybe we need a special meeting on this. I don't know. But I don't feel like I'm comfortable or confident as a director in the amount of communication and information that I'm getting about this.
Maybe I wasn't clear. The costs that we have incurred have come in. So the cost with the contractor to rebuild the line along 125, which was 6 or 7 miles, the cost that we have incurred to restore power and rebuild systems where we have done so. There will be additional costs as we move forward into 21, 22 to replace poles because we haven't done all of that. But there are still pieces of it that we have not completed that we know at some point we're going to need to do more than what we have, but we just don't know exactly how much that piece of it is. So maybe I apologize if I wasn't clear enough that in responding to, I think it was Carl's question about the cost that we have incurred related to the fire are in. And Scott, do you know off the top of your head what that number is of the 7 million?
I don't. We'll have to, I have no idea right now what we.
If you can pull that together, we will send out to the board the cost that we have incurred for the fire to date. And then and we'll provide that as a monthly update. And then the cost, the $7 million as that changes over time. And if you would like, we can have a special meeting about it as well as we continue through this process.
Well, there need to be 3 directors that want a special meeting. So maybe we could discuss that in board open forum.
Okay. Any other questions on this report? If not, we will move forward to operations, which is also Scott for now. And you have the operations report that he put together and able to answer any questions or comments the board might have related to that.
Well, not specifically on operations, a safety committee, the safety report. It doesn't note, I'm guessing there were no near misses and no first reports of accident. It doesn't say that.
Scott?
I don't have that information. I was not. The safety committee focused mostly on the safety improvement plan, which was due the end of the month. And so we did not discuss near misses at the safety committee.
Okay. It just, I try to pay attention throughout the year, how many near misses we have and whatnot, and track those. And so when I saw this month, well, for December, that wasn't referenced. I didn't know whether that meant there weren't any, or it wasn't in the report. And so if we could know.
It's probably not in the report. This is my first month doing this report for this department.
I totally understand, Scott, and that's why I asked it. I was like, okay, I don't know if I don't want to assume anything. So if next meeting we could just have an idea of what went on in December regarding that, and maybe by, then we'll have, well, maybe not by then, maybe 2 meetings from now, we'll have someone who can think about how that format is reported to us.
Scott, can you
Thanks,
make
Scott.
a note to check to see if we had any and then to forward that to the board?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
So we probably don't
Thanks,
have
Scott.
we probably don't have a need for to approve the safety report maybe till next month till we see an update. Is that?
I've got a question for Scott on concerning 125, the temporary line. Can you speak to that a little bit? I had a comment from DOT snowplow driver, the temporary line going up was right in the line of the wing. It was right where the snowplow was going to hit it that close. Can you speak to that? I heard one side of that story.
We moved it.
They shared the same thing with us, Mark, and Scott and his guys, attempted to address that by moving it outside of where they believe it's an issue.
Okay, I was just curious, heard that going, that could have been a near miss.
We had to move it.
A near hit. Okay.
I wondered how that was going to work too. So I'm glad you guys clarified that. And it seems like if there are some issues where it's tight, maybe they could mark them, we could mark them, whatever. There are other options.
Yeah, we tried that and they weren't receptive to that. So we moved it further off the highway.
Thanks, Scott.
So Jeff, to your question, I think the board could approve the safety report as written or table approval until the near miss numbers are in there.
Yeah, I'd like to see those numbers in there, I think. And then maybe we can just move to table that if everybody's okay with that. We will need a motion to table though, correct?
Yes.
I moved to table it.
Thanks, Liz. We have a second. That was a second by Mark. All those in favor? Okay, motion carries.
So any other questions on operations before we move on? Seeing none, we will move on to finance, which is Stacy. And unfortunately, I think we stole her thunder on a lot of things because we discussed them as we went through. But Stacy's report you have. Do you have any comments you want to make on it, Stacy, before we entertain questions?
I have nothing specific to talk about on my report unless there's questions, but I have other things to add that have come up since I've done the report that I'd like to share.
Well, why don't you share those first?
Sure.
And then
Okay.
that way, if it's something that they would have asked a question about, then they'll have that information.
Okay. Hey, Joe, is it easy for me to share my screen? Could I show something? If not, that's fine. I'll keep going till I get the thumbs up from you on other things. So I wanted to have a RUS loan update. So currently we have a $30 million loan that we have with RUS that covered the period of 2015 to 2020. I had asked for extension back in August and requested the 2-year extension on this loan. It was granted, and we have an extension of this S8 loan until 8/1 of 2022. There are further extensions we can ask for in the future that our RUS loan rep said would be a big ask, and it'd be 1 year at a time. So we're in the process of applying on our current RUS loan for an emergency amendment to our loan for the fire. So what that looks like is Scott is in the process of requesting this amendment. We want to make sure that if we have funds that aren't covered by FEMA, and if we need additional funds, we can get them from our loan if needed. So we haven't been approved for those, but that is an ability to add that to our work plan. So an update on the other RUS loan that we have is the RESP loan. It's in the amount of $10 million. To date, we've lent out to our members $205,000. So we have $205,000 to 15 different members that we're collecting monthly loan amortization premiums for the principal and interest through their bills. These members, we have applied to these 15 members to this $205,000 that we've lent out. In addition to that 205, we have applied capital credit dollars of $58,000 that I'll be in the future possibly asking for reimbursement on this RESP loan. I haven't asked for it yet because I know there's some large projects coming up. And the way the RESP loan works is when I ask for a reimbursement for these funds, we have 10 years to pay it back. And right away, the amortization schedule goes with 0% interest, but I have to start making monthly payments. So I'm waiting to do one big ask altogether. There's a couple big projects in the works. So probably do my first RESP loan, ask for reimbursement, probably closer to summer. Let's see. So that was the update on the loans.
Levi, you look confused. Okay.
What's
Go
the
ahead.
interest rate on the 30 million?
It depends on when we ask for reimbursement. It's the variable interest rate, and then it gets fixed once we ask. Right now, when I look at it every week because they're so incredibly low right now. A 30-year loan, if we were to lock in today, would, or not today, I think I looked on Monday, 1%.
Should we consider tapping that sooner than later, or do you anticipate those rates to stay low for the duration of the year?
Mark and I have had numerous conversations about that the last 3 months. So there's weighing in. As soon as we tap into the loan, we're tapped into 30 years and we're tapped into paying that interest and putting that burden on our current members. So I'm always weighing, could I tap into that loan and have a short-term need for it, since the current members will be paying the interest, and then I want to use that money, you know, even though it's reimbursement for the past. So we weigh that. We were looking at a repayment of the higher interest rate loans and using a 1% to pay off a 4%. But because of the fire and us looking at possibly revising the work plan in 2020, once I can revise the work plan, once we know with the fiber project, if that third-party person will be able to help pay for some of that fiber, once those get solidified a little bit more, I'll have a better idea of the needs. With the current work plan right now, the way the budget is, I do not need any loan funds, even with that low interest rate.
Yeah, and Kristen, we monitor the interest rates weekly, and they have not done much in 2020, but go down. We believe that with the current environment, that we're not going to see upward pressure on rates in 2021, or if there is, it's most likely later in 2021. So we expect the rate to stay about where it is now. I mean, it's been as low as like 0.9, but you know, we don't anticipate that the rate is going to change. So we believe that we have some time to try and resolve these other issues and still be able to pull the trigger on a ridiculously low rate.
So is the plan to pay the $7 million bill with this loan if needed?
The 7 million for the fiber?
No, that you cited for the fire.
For the fire, okay, because both of them are about $7 million. We will most likely, you know, we have financed all of, well, not financed, we've been able to do everything we've done so far with internally generated capital. We will look at that, looking at, oh, she's sharing her screen. We'll look at that because we don't know how much we will get back from FEMA. And if we finance it and pay for it through the loan, then it may not be subject to FEMA reimbursement. And so we're trying to get an idea of what FEMA may reimburse. So say the number is $7 million. FEMA could reimburse, you know, 50% of that, 60% of that, maybe even 80%, but they could also go like 30. So we're trying to get a better sense of what we think FEMA will do. And if we finance it with RUS, whether or not that gives us the ability to, you know, still take advantage of the FEMA. One of the problems that we have with RUS is they don't allow you to prepay. So let's say that we financed the entire $7 million with FEMA, or I mean with RUS, and FEMA then gave us back $4 million. We can't then take that $4 million, and pay off 4 of the $7 million without incurring a penalty. Because the government wants to know, once they lend you the money, that you're going to actually pay that back over that period of time. And if not, then you're going to pay a penalty. The penalties are relatively severe to where that 1% then is not as good a deal as it was before. So it's a balancing act on all of these things and trying to figure out the best path forward for this. That's why we're also on the fiber project. We're starting to incur costs on that, but we haven't pulled the trigger on the $7 million loan because we may only need to borrow $3.5 million. But once we borrow the 7, we're tied in for 30 years.
And on the subject of the fiber, at the last meeting, we were told we were going to get a map. Was that sent out?
Scott?
I do not remember. I will send it out today. I apologize.
Thank you.
Why did I think I saw that map? Maybe by email.
I saw it at one time too.
Could someone tell me what date that came through?
I'll send it again.
We'll just resend it because they may have gotten a map earlier that some of the things I think that Liz requested was that we put in names for substations and things like that. And I believe that the map that Scott currently has is one that was done in conjunction with Vantage Point, our consultant, to give to the contractors to bid on. So it's a little more detailed. And so we'll send that out to everybody just so that everybody has the most current. Stacy, did you have other comments or?
Nothing else with the loans. I just wanted to give an update. Any questions on that? Okay. So I wanted to share my screen real quick because you have so much member interface. I just wanted to go through a problem that we're having. Anytime we have changes here, we have some uneasiness with the membership group. So we have changes with our software system and they see a different interface and they struggle with it and we hear about it. And usually we prepare for those changes and we have talking points and we discuss them and we're ready as a frontline team. The CSRs are ready to handle questions and take incoming calls. One thing that we've been running into lately are quite a bit of calls on our delinquent process. And the calls are ramping up and we're getting some pretty unhappy members and we're trying to pivot with the programming. So I wanted to share with you quickly the delinquent process, not to go into too much detail, but just to relay the problem that I know a couple of you have potentially heard from some of our members on. So we have a bill that goes out and per our bill due dates, the bill date on the bill is 20 days, your bill is due. So let's just say the bill date's the 10th of the month. By the 30th of the month, your bill is due. So people are paying and sending in their payments. 10 days later, we have a new bill cycle. You get another new bill. It's the 10th of the month again. If you have not paid, get a past due notice in red displayed on your bill. So that's programming. That's our standard process. 5 days after you're past due and you've received the bill saying you're past due, we go into our delinquent process. And this is where we're seeing some problems from our members. We call it our delinquent one. This is the first step in our process. And we automatically send out a letter 5 days after the bills have been sent saying you're past due. And in this letter, we say, please pay the amount due. So what's happening is we have been sending these letters via US mail. And people haven't been receiving these letters for up to 2 to 3 weeks after we send them. And by that time, a lot of people have gone through and already paid their bills. And this letter has been sent out in the US mail. So people are getting, members, are getting these letters saying you are past due. And if you don't pay, and as a member, you're like, wait, I already paid 2 weeks ago. Why am I just getting this letter now? So we're having some issues, and it's come down to the US Post Office. We're able to track different delivery times and postmark dates, when the letters go out and when they're received. And specifically to certain post offices, we can see letters are held for a week to up to 2 weeks. So angry members, and we thought, well, maybe it's just the holidays, and we learned this happened a couple weeks before that, and maybe it'll settle down by the holidays. But I wanted to let you all know we still want to send letters out because some people are second homeowners, and we'll do calls 5 days later. We'll do additional calls before we deliver the hang notes. We do automatic calls at this stage, and then personal calls, and then this letter gets received eventually by people. So we're trying to think of other alternative ways other than sending a letter. So we'll have a group of 200 letters go out, 100 people pay, 100 people are calling or angry because they get the letter later. We're looking at emailing, we're looking at doing something else. I just want you to know we're aware of the problem, and we're nothing we can do about post office delivery, especially when it's 3 weeks, 2 weeks later. Hopefully it was a product of the holidays and them being, overwhelmed, and this decreases, but there still is a long lag, normally 7 to 10 days. So our tariffs don't say specifically that we have to send letters, but we do like to notify members in any way we can, phone call, hang notes, letters, any way we can get a hold of them to get them to pay their bills.
Stacy, is there a date on the letter?
Yes.
It is dated, because
yes, it is.
I had to point that out to a number of my clients that look at the date of the letter, not the date you received it. And when they look at that, they understand.
Thanks. Yeah. Good point.
Yeah, and what I will say, if you have seen any of the interviews with the head of the post office, which I expect that person will be replaced here soon, they are acknowledging that yes, they were affected by the holidays, because a number of the carriers like FedEx and UPS couldn't deliver things, so they switched them to delivery through the post office. But I think that they also indicate that they have staffing shortages related to COVID. They have had to make changes in their process related with separation, so it limits the number of people that can be there. And so they understand at this point this is a systematic problem, and while it will get better because of the holidays, it's not going to be fixed anytime soon, at least with the current approach of postal management.
That has huge ramifications for our upcoming elections.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, and I have to say that I personally had stuff that I've sent out that, it should have gotten there a month ago, never gets there. And it's usually paying vendors. Now I don't even use the mail because you can't rely on it getting to the person.
Yeah.
Deb, do you know if CREA is still pushing to allow electronic balloting? Because now I'm looking ahead to our annual meeting, and I'm really worried that members aren't going to get their ballots, or if they do, they're not going to be able to get them back on time. And I'm wondering, can Mountain Parks have a backup plan in place if that gets passed?
That is something that they are still pushing. I don't believe, and Jeff may know better than I don't believe that at this point they have gotten anybody to sponsor something related to electronic voting. Now, they did send out something within the last couple of days that there is a bill that is being entered by a new representative, incoming representative, and they are working with that individual to potentially add some stuff related to the co-ops. And it's a co-op bill related to balloting and stuff like that. So there's a possibility that that happens. I'm thinking that based on the priorities of other things, it's possible that the bills don't get moved, but we are working with our third-party provider, and they have the ability to do electronic. We're in the process of setting up a ballot collection at our Walden and Granby offices so that they could do that. In addition, we will have on-site voting for members at the annual meeting. So we recognize this is a problem for a lot of things for us. It is made more difficult this year because of the timing to be able to. We now have, and Rob, you can spot me on this. We have a shorter time frame to be able to get everything in because individuals interested in being on the ballot have a slightly longer time to be able to do that. And so the turnaround time to get the ballots ready and mailed is less. We have attempted to address that by being able to put in basically all the things, have the notice printed, just don't have the section that lists the people. That's going to be a challenge for us as well. But we're doing everything we can to address what we know are systematic problems with the way that we normally do our balloting, which is mail by mail. And as we, as we see stuff, and sorry, Jeff, I didn't give you any chance to talk about the CRA thing, but as we see stuff, we'll continue to update the board. If we see improvements in the mail, we'll let the board know that. And as we potentially work to with our third-party vendor for ways that we can potentially streamline this, we'll talk about those as well. But Jeff, did you have anything to add on what CRA is doing?
I think you're correct in that, Mark. They were trying to find another sponsor last I heard. So
yeah, and I think based on the information that was sent out, I think it was 2 days ago, so it would have been Tuesday. This other bill, CRA is thinking that some of the things that they would like to get done could potentially be incorporated into this bill. They have been having quite a few conversations with the bill sponsor. There's at least one thing that she's not interested in putting in the bill, and I don't recall specifically what that was. But I think that they're still trying to work it, but they're not having as much success as they would like.
Thank you.
So Stacy, any other comments, or are you ready to go?
I only have one other comment on my report. I did want to talk about if you look at what we consider the Form 7 or the financial and operating report, page 1, which is Part A, Statement of Operations. If you go down to line 15, you'll see a negative $117,564. That was our FFCRA credit for employees, and $117,000 check we received from the IRS for credit on employer taxes. And that was from Jessica, Michelle, Bethany, Kelly, and mostly Jessica, Michelle, spending a lot of time keeping track of all those employees that were unable to work during the pandemic time, us keeping track of the hours, and then turning it in with all the requirements and the forms and the signatures and backup needed to get that credit. So that was exciting that we received that large check. So,
and
kudos.
Just to clarify, this was not part of the PPP program.
Nope.
This is the smaller part. Under the other one, we could have potentially collected more, but we had to say that we were going to be in financial difficulty during the year or at the end of the year. We did not believe we could say that. especially with deferred revenue. There were some co-ops that chose to say that even though they had deferred revenue. I didn't feel comfortable doing that. And so we did this other program, which was a smaller program, but allowed us to recoup at least some of our costs related to employees that couldn't work related because of COVID.
Yep.
A question for Joe and Stacy. Oh, Justin, please, you first.
Mine's pretty quick, I think. On the customer sales and revenue page, when have we determined that a member would no longer become a member if they decided, let's say, not to rebuild their house or resume service at their location that was lost in the fire? Or how long, what's our grace period on that, I guess?
Currently, it's a year, and their meter is idled, and it's idled fire, which basically says that they are not receiving service. And it's currently a year. At the end of a year, Scott's group will reach out to those people because we have a list of them, at least the ones that have not started the process, because once they start construction, they're going to want temporary power. And so we'll know that. If somebody has not done anything at the end of the year, we'll reach out to them and ask them if they have what their plans are. And if they tell us, no, we're not going to rebuild, then we will remove them. If they say, yes, we are, but we're having difficulty finding a contractor or whatever, then we will track that probably for another 6 months or so. But at some point, if somebody after, say, 2 years is not able to find a contractor to rebuild, I think it's appropriate for us to remove them as a member.
And personally, being one of those people, I did receive an email with that outline this week. So that's going out. Yep.
Yeah. Kristen.
Joe and Stacy, would it be possible to do a year-long version for 2020 of that demand charge analysis that Joe had put together, showing how much each member class contributed to our demand charges?
Yeah. So you want it for summarized for the year or bi-monthly?
It can be summarized for the year, just like, industrial was X% for the year, commercial was X% for the year, so on and so forth.
Yep.
Awesome, thank you.
Any other questions on Stacy's report?
I had one more, and I might have missed this. Are we, there's a question about creating an audit committee, or are we going to continue with the entire board of the committee?
Thank you, Treasurer. That was brought up at one of the last meetings by the board, that I believe in our policy, we state there is an internal audit committee, and we talked about the treasurer possibly being the head of it. I don't remember the resolution because it went back and forth, but I know I wanted to give the board an opportunity to be involved when we talk about that final day the auditors are here and they give a summary, that final 2 hours of what they found in the audit before they write it up. Sometimes not everything that they tell us gets in the actual write-up because it's not material, but different things that were discussed, like, okay, what's going on with inventory here? What's going on with just picking different things, work orders, what, we want to make sure that next year this process looks better. What are you doing to fulfill that? So they're coming in March. That's why I brought it up now.
There was a discussion. There was no resolution on whether we would have an audit committee of the whole, which is currently what it is. So all the board members are technically part of the audit committee, or a specific audit committee with a subset of the board. So I think Stacy is just wanting to know so that if the board wants to do either one, that we can send out the notice to the appropriate board members, depending on which option they choose, for that exit interview with the auditors, so that you can hear what they say, you can ask questions, Obviously, when they do the presentation of the financials, you have that same opportunity, but listening to some of the procedures that they did and some of that, I think, is potentially more helpful than just seeing financials with a bunch of numbers, because you don't know necessarily that, they had a concern on this, but they, passed further review.
I'd like to see the treasurer and maybe possibly one other person be in on that. I think to have the whole board there is probably a little too much, personally. I don't know what everyone else is thinking about that, but treasurer for sure, and then possibly one other. That's you, right, Justin? Carl, did you have something?
Yeah, I disagree, Jeff. I think the whole board needs to hear that audit report, and so I'm for going forward with the whole board being the audit committee.
Well, it's not the audit report that we're listening to, right? I mean, we'll get that later.
No.
This is just the last day of well, maybe you can explain that again, Stacy.
It's basically the exit interview. So the auditors come in and they say, we looked at these things, and these were issues that we had, and they will ask, have we done stuff to fix them, which they will have asked throughout the audit as well. And then they will come back at some point when they put together the audit report. In my past experience with several other companies, the company was required to have a response to their audit report. And I think, especially depending on the severity of findings, that is a requirement that they have. We have not had the severity of findings in the 2 years I've been here to where they required that. I mean, we send them a kind of a form letter that says we've reviewed it and we don't have a disagreement with it, and that we believe we've done what we need to resolve the issues. And so the meeting in March, Carl, would just be to kind of go over those things, and we can send out the invite to all the board members, and then any board member that wants to attend can attend. If the whole board is not there, at least we will have 2 or 3 that are, maybe, or 4 or 5, or maybe all 7. Liz?
And I agree with that approach if that's okay with the board. But in the past, if the whole board has been a committee, I've never received notification of this meeting in March to attend. So I'm somewhat confused here, but what you're explaining clarifies that, and I would agree that a notice be sent out to all the board members, and if they choose to attend, that would be okay.
Well, and I think you're right that it has not been something that was done in the past. This was raised late last year in a discussion, and I think Dick started the discussion, and about more exposure to the auditors for the board. And so this would be something that is new, even though the entire board was the audit committee. They did get copies of the audit. They got the presentation from the auditors. And so, but Dick, I think, was looking to dig a little bit further into some of the stuff. And I saw that he had his thumb up earlier, and now I think he may want to say something.
I agree with Carl. I think that meeting is important because you hear certain things or see things that may not be in the report. I agree with Carl on the notice.
Okay, and I think Liz was up next.
Oh, well, I've always wondered about that. I know some of the other Colorado co-ops have quite active committees, but they have bigger boards. But, they have 2 or 3 people who year after year are really involved in the preparation of, or I don't want to say they're involved in the preparation of the audit, but they're digging along, understanding the process and asking pointed questions, and then reporting to the whole board of directors as to how that process goes. You know, we're not as big, but I think some of the questions that came up at the end of the year could have been addressed or at least understood better by the board if one or two of us had been following that process. I had always sort of thought that Dick was our committee because for a while he was the treasurer. But I'm psyched if Justin and, you know, I might attend, but I don't think we all necessarily need to attend unless we feel like, you know, it's our duty. I could trust, you know, that Justin's asking good questions and that whoever's going to this, and that as we discuss that internal exit presentation, or that would sort of get shared with the rest of us in some fashion.
Yeah, and the nonprofit board that I served on for 4 years, we had 13 members. We had the ability to have up to 17. We never did. And we had 5 standing subcommittees. There was the executive committee, which was the board chair, vice chair. I think it was treasurer because I was the treasurer. And then the I can't remember what they call it, but it was the previous board chair. And there was a personnel committee. There was a facilities committee. So I think that you're right. With larger boards, it makes it easier to assign standing committees, and those committees generally met at least every other month to go over stuff. And being on the executive committee as well as the finance committee, because I was chair of that committee, we ended up being more involved with the auditors as they went through their process. So we can do that and send that out. And I see that Rob has had his hand up several times. I don't know if he wants to say we're getting too close to lunch or if he actually has another comment, but go ahead, Rob.
Just to clarify, and I think we're totally okay on this, Levi can clarify, but if 3 or more of the board members show up at this, since there's no action, discussion item or motions, then it wouldn't constitute a meeting that we would have to post notice about, correct?
The meeting.
Yeah, I wouldn't exactly agree with that. If we want to get into it, we can talk in executive session. It's close, Rob.
Justin?
Stacy, it's scheduled for the week of March 8th.
Yep, it's the 8th, 9th, and 10th right now. It's usually 3 days when they're on site. I don't know if they're going to be on site or not. They told me they were as of a week ago. They're going to start traveling again. But we'll discuss that as they figure out their policy and as we figure out our internal policy on letting them into the building or how we quarantine that off. So 8th, 9th, and 10th, usually they're here on the 10th a half day. And it's usually 2 weeks prior, they do some information gathering where they send me requests and I'm just giving them information. And then when they're actually here, they just bombard me with questions and question every single thing I do. And you can witness that.
Okay, so potentially the morning of the 10th would be when you would.
Usually it's around noon. Yeah. Yep. Okay. And if it's via Zoom call, I would think it would be the same thing. We'd set it up.
Thanks.
And prior to that meeting, I will need board signatures on the minutes and on all of the agenda waivers as well. So I know Kristen will have quite a bit to sign, and then everyone will have to sign the agenda waivers as well. I know there's some months that I have a few signatures, but most months I have 0.
And we'll have to figure that out, right, Michelle, is how that's going to happen. Either it's going to happen electronically or we're all going to have to come down to the office and sign those.
Now we could send, obviously for Carl's, we could send the documents up to Walden and then have him sign them and we get them back. potentially send them to Kremlin for Mark. But for the rest of you, unfortunately, I think we're going to need you to come into the office, and we will set up some type of protocol so that you may come into the office, but you'll probably be restricted to the lobby, and they can provide the documents for you to sign. You can sign them and then give them back, or you could potentially go through the drive-through. Kristen probably doesn't want to do that because she's going to sit in her car signing a bunch of stuff. But so that would be one way that we can do it. Hopefully we can figure out something on the electronic signature, but I don't know if by March that's going to be enough time. So we may need to start with the physical signature process here soon.
Can we sign them as in counterparts or whatever that's called? So you guys could actually send them out electronically to us, and then we could each sign our own batch and then drop them off,
Yeah,
like the agenda waivers.
yeah, I think that possibly, but it's going to make it slightly more cumbersome for the auditors, which we pay them by the
Okay.
hour.
Okay, all right.
So there, I said something bad about accountants, and so now I don't feel so bad about talking about lawyers.
Levi, would an electronic signature suffice, do you think, as far as the auditors go?
I can't answer for the auditors. It would for me because there's a Colorado state law that says it should, but I mean, yeah.
I just
Maybe.
wondered because I know Liz has her electronic signature set up, so it'd be easy for her to do that. I don't know if it would be recognized as though.
What do we want to do? The problem was I didn't ask the auditors because not everybody's electronic signature worked.
Yeah, I think what we will do is let's get the documents together and maybe start with Carl, and we send him up to Walden so that he can come in, and of course he'll be restricted to the lobby as well, but sign any of the documents that he may need to sign. He sends them back. We send them to Mark and get his signature. We get those back, and then we have them available in Granby for the rest of you to come in and sign the documents that you would need to sign. So let's start with a physical signature at this point. Maybe next year, or as we move forward this year in 2021, we can do electronic signatures, and that'll eliminate the need. At some point, hopefully, we will all be back in the same room. Not sure when that might actually be.
And one thing, maybe if we can think about if we have employees headed up to those various locations rather than getting them lost in the mail.
Oh, no. We are not sending these in the mail.
Okay, good. Just
we
checking.
have people that go back and forth between the offices, and we internally we see emails every so often that I have a box that needs to go there. I have a part that needs to go there. Is somebody going to Walden? We generally find somebody that is, and then we send it. And so what we would do is maybe for Carl, we would schedule a time that worked for him. We would take them up, get his signature, and that person would bring them back so that they would be in our control at all times.
Excellent.
Okay, good. Any other questions for me? Audit, my report. Okay, thanks.
I'm guessing you're going to want the director's hours forms pretty soon too.
Yes. Yes, I'll send those out via email. I get the new forms usually from the CPA firm that does our 990, because there could be little changes each year in the requirements based on the tax form for questionnaires for the directors, probably third, fourth week in January. everybody know what Liz is asking about? All the directors that, yeah, okay. So I'll send those out in an email and soon.
Okay, so Jeff, like I said, I'm turning it back over to you at noon.
12:04. Let's recess for lunch. Be back here at 12:35. How about that? Because we're already half an hour. We'll see you then.
Hey, Carl, keep your wind in North Park. Getting a little breezy down here.
It sure is. I have no hope that my internet's going to go back on at this point.
It's not. That's why you're calling in, Liz. I take it.
Yeah, I can't get, and now I'll try to call CenturyLink, but they don't seem to be, as concerned about their outages as Mountain Parks is. So no one was here at 3 a.m. to fix my internet.
I thought you were on Comcast.
No, CenturyLink, but
Yeah.
who knows? Maybe eventually Comcast.
It
But they don't have a line on our street.
It keeps flashing up on my screen, unstable internet, but I don't think I've been dropping out, so we'll see. I'm on
You've been good.
You have not, Jeff.
Yeah,
but
I don't know where
maybe
the
they
problem
just
is.
think you're unstable.
That's very possible. All right, I will see you guys in a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, it looks like we've got 5 of us. I assume Carl's still online or on his phone. Jeff's back. Levi. And I hear Carl, so he's still there.
Yeah, I'm still here.
So did you have a steak for lunch, Carl?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Well, I thought maybe you'd just go out and grab one of those cows and fix yourself a steak.
Well, not enough time in a half an hour.
Yeah, it would take a little bit longer than that, I guess. Kristen's back, so.
I'm going to turn my video off so I can finish my lunch. I just don't want to subject you to watching me eat, so
That's
I'll
fine.
be here.
Okay. And Mark is back. It looks like Liz dropped off on the phone, so.
She's she's trying to get her CenturyLink internet fixed, so she's going to give it a little bit more time, but we can go ahead and get started.
Okay, the one thing that I did want to tell the board that during the break, Scott checked, there were no near misses or incidents in December.
Perfect. Okay, where are we at? I think we're down to.
There was one other thing that I left out of my report that I wanted to share with the board. CREA had their wildfire fund that was created by money that was not spent on the international trip. Monies were matched by some others to where they were at 110,000 or more. They requested that co-ops that wanted to be part of this, that they file a grant application by the end of December. We did that. Their grant application was pretty skinny. We provided significantly more information than what they were requesting. Did talk with CREA to get some confirmation on a few things. I will let the board know that we included our employees that were totally lost their homes and those that were long-term displacement due to issues where their home is damaged. And then the Grand Lake Fire District sent us names of first responders that lost their homes, and they were all totally destroyed. And so we included them because that was a third category on the grant application. And I'm trying to think, but I believe there were 8 of them. And they were Grand Lake. There was somebody from Partial and wherever else the Partial people do. And then all of the homes were permanent residents for the first responders in the area. There are 2 of the responders that actually work outside of the area. One in Metro Denver and the other one, I believe, in I want to say, well, I'm not going to say because I don't remember, but 2 that worked outside of the area. So I did confirm with the fire folks that, you know, these are people that still do live permanently in Grant County. 2 of the people were from their police dispatch. They lost their homes. So just want to let the board know that we have not heard anything back from them. They were going to be meeting in January and then get back to the recipients of it. My understanding is 2 other co-ops, Poudre Valley and Holy Cross, submitted applications by the timeline. And so it's basically their decision of how to split up that money amongst the 3 co-ops.
Yeah, thanks for doing that, Mark.
And so since we are beyond, or we're past finance now, I believe we are at Joe.
Yep.
And you have Joe's report. You also have a document that he provided for the Rural Electric Consortium. And he will, I'm guessing he's going to want to talk a little bit about that. And so I will turn it over to Joe.
Everyone. So yeah, I did want to just touch on the holiday issue as well. If there's any other questions about the phones and what happened, I'm happy to answer that. It was purely just a mistake. There was a checkbox that says reoccurring holiday, it was not checked. Anyway, so moving on to this the RDOF fund. This auction happened in early December. It's a reverse auction. It's a funding mechanism similar to all the other broadband auctions that have come before, going back to the CAF and the CAF2 funds. This one had some different results. There were a lot of bids in areas where the winning or the bidders don't really have an interest or a stake in the area. Now, that's happened previously with satellite providers and some other ones. In this one, if you look at this electric consortium, some of our neighboring co-ops are even members of it, but they simply bought, or they won in this case, all the census blocks that were up for auction in our service territory, with the exception of the town of Walden. There's a little census block right smack dab in the center of Walden, and that one was won by Mammoth. And I talked to Mammoth Networks about it, and they said it was basically a grudge. They weren't going to let it go. They would let it go all the way to zero. But Mammoth will be providing fiber to the town of Walden, or at least wherever the census block boundaries are. And they get $870 a year for the next 10 years to do that build. This consortium, there's a lot of speculation, a lot of stuff going around online about it. Different forums talk about it. The most recent thing I've read is that there's now lots of lawmakers getting on board, asking for the FCC to provide real transparency into this process. To bid on the auction, you do what's called a short form application, which is basically two pieces. The first piece is you have to prove that you are capable of providing the service, or you are an electric co-op. And the second one is just a financial piece. You provide, I think it's 3 years of audited financial statements so that they can gauge or make a determination that you are a real entity and that you are financially sound. The next piece, so that allows you to bid. And the next piece is the long form, which after you win the census blocks that you bid on, that's the part where you actually have to demonstrate or just share the design, how you're going to provide the service. In order to provide the long form or complete the long form application, it usually takes a significant amount of understanding, investigative work as to the area you're providing it for or designing for. To my knowledge, as well as the people I've talked to, most of these areas have had no investigation done. I mean, they bid and won Laramie River. They bid and won several census blocks surrounding Cowdrey, Colorado. And they bid this with fiber at 1 gigabit.
Who are they?
Well, this rural electric.
Yeah, who are they?
Well, the list is there. So Yampa Valley is a member, Delta Montrose is a member, Kit Carson is a member, and then other co-ops all across the US.
Yeah, so Kristen, the document below his report provides the list, and it's
Oh, I see. I can't scroll down to it.
3.5 pages of people, because there are, I think, 180 of them, Joe?
Yeah, give or take. Yeah, that sounds right. And so the implications are, people are speculating right now. Number one is obviously it will affect any future rounds of funding, because typically they don't auction off or provide funding for the same census block in the future. And the second thing is, are they actually planning to provide service to these census blocks? Without any prior investigation, how do they know what it's going to take to provide 1 gigabit internet service to Cowdrey, Colorado, or Laramie River, or any of those places in rural Grand and Jackson counties? I can also share with you the map of what this consortium won. If you have just a minute, I will share the screen, show you that quick map.
And while Joe is doing that, I believe that based on our discussions that they can start collecting money for this before they
Yeah.
actually provide any service to
Correct.
these areas.
They have to provide the service to the way the rules, and there's obviously a lot more detail, but basically it's they have to provide service to 95% within 6 years. And as you can see from this map, the purple or whatever color you want to call that is all the census tracts that this consortium won in this auction. That is basically our service territory. You can see Lake Granby kind of on the lower right or partway down on the right side of the screen, just as a point of reference. And then we basically go all the way to the Wyoming state line. The total was, like I said, about 1.2 billion that funded all across the U.S. The curiosity or concern is, what's their intention? I can't believe they intend to serve this census block right here, really, or this one over here, because there's literally, I mean, I've zoomed in on some of these on Google Earth, and there's almost no roads. Anyway,
Who did they win this auction from?
the FCC. It's through the Department of Agriculture and the rural. So RDOF stands for Rural Digital Opportunity Fund, and it's essentially the third. So CAF 1 was the first one, then CAF 2 money was awarded, I think, 2 or 3 years ago, and parts of Jackson County were bid on by VistaBeam in that auction to provide wireless service to parts of Jackson County. And I think they got, it was, if memory serves, it was about $100,000 a year to serve several census blocks up in Jackson County. This group has literally bid on everything. This is what I said, I've zoomed in, but if we zoom out, you can see there's a lot. Some of the other colors, you do see this color here is SpaceX, so they did pick up a few census blocks as a satellite provider. And this is, like I said, this is rural Colorado. But if you look at this map for the US, look, census blocks, they were the third winner in the auction, third or fourth. I think it was LTD Broadband, and they're based out of the Midwest. That was the actual biggest winner, like $1.3 billion a year.
Hey, Joe, you keep saying auction. My experience with auctions is you pay, but you're saying that
so
government's paying them?
So it's a reverse auction.
Okay.
So what happens is the FCC in this case says that this census block right here in the middle top of your screen is worth $400,000 a year to provide broadband to. And so what happens is they go around, all the bidders go around and around, and they decrease that. They say, well, I'll do it for 375. The next guy says, I'll do it for 350,000. And then finally, to the bottom, no one else is willing to do it, provide for any less, based on the tier of service that you've offered, which is, in this case, the highest tier, which is 1 gigabit service, low latency, and greater than 2 terabytes per month of data transfer. So all the purple that you see was bid fiber optic service, not wireless service, not anything else. So the last, go ahead.
Joe, how do the members of this consortium receive benefit from this auction?
Well,
such as Yampa Valley or DMEA or whatnot, is the money divided out between those members of this consortium to provide this, or how does that work?
I don't know. It's an internal, the consortium, I'm sure has some governing documents that basically create the consortium. I don't know, and I'm not privy to those documents. I've done a little research, but I haven't been public about it yet.
Is it still possible to join the consortium?
It seems to be organized by Connexion, which we had a presentation from a few years ago here. I have not reached out to them about this. But
have they been in contact with us? Because we're laying a backbone fiber that they are willing to be a part of us to provide this service or not?
Not to my knowledge.
No, Carl, they have not been one of the groups that reached out to us.
Okay, well, there was an article in the local paper here about all of this, and Joe was quoted as saying Mountain Parks is not a part of this deal, but I'm getting some inquiries by members as to why we weren't, since this money is going out, and are we going to benefit from this in any fashion at all? So
before this auction, Carl, I wasn't aware of this consortium. I knew that there were talk that groups were getting together, but to my knowledge, no one had brought it up to us that they were looking at bidding at these census blocks. Now,
well, how does Yampa Valley and DMEA and Kit Carson get that information and we don't?
Well, I assume it's because they're all in the broadband business and they're a little more connected in those circles.
And I think they are members of the consortium, which helps. The other thing, Carl, is that if they do provide service at the rates that Joe is talking about, they're gonna need to probably have fiber, and so our fiber, unless they want to lay their own, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So at some point, I think they're going to need to come to us to see whether or not they'd be able to access our fiber.
Well, and I agree with that assessment, but that's total speculation. I would think that they, before the auction, or somebody should have been checking that they can provide this and that they have some agreements with people who are laying fiber, such as Mountain Parks.
Well, and Carl, that's part of the next phase of this. So all they had to do was complete this, what they call the short form application, which really just identifies you as a company and that you have experience providing broadband internet. The next phase of this, before they actually get any money, they have to provide specifics on how they're going to deliver the service. Long form of the application requires much more design, information, and more specifics. So we'll be watching what these companies submit, because many of those are become public records. So we'll be able to see what they're proposing, but I truly don't know how they intend to do even like a small fraction of what they proposed at the auction.
Well, does it behoove us as Mountain Parks to contact this consortium and say, look, we can provide a backbone fiber network that can accomplish what you bid on, but we want some compensation or partnership in this endeavor?
Yeah.
I think so. But I think that they've made some wild promises here that I truly think will remain unfulfilled. I mean, I don't think for all the money that they've got. So they got I think it's just under 1.2 billion a year. And I read a couple of estimates that say to accomplish what they're doing, nationwide, they're talking trillions of dollars to accomplish and to lay that kind of fiber. And even if you could, they'll create nationwide shortages on fiber trying to deliver all this.
Well, and that goes to my point, Joe, is that probably we need to contact them, tell them we've got the fiber, we're laying the fiber. You're going to collect this money regardless of whether you provide the service or not, but we want to be a part of it.
Well, and I think, Carl, that our fiber is the backbone. The service that they will provide would come off of that backbone, and they have to provide fiber to the premise. And so they will still need to build out, and that's most likely significantly more expensive than our backbone to do that to all of these areas that they have.
Right.
And our backbone wouldn't necessarily cover all of these areas either. So
well, but our backbone is the backbone of this project. I mean, that has to be worth something, right?
oh yes, and that's part of what Joe and I have been talking about. That if our potential partner doesn't come through, that this is an opportunity potentially for us to monetize that fiber in a different way than what we looked at, and that it probably brings in more money for us long term than would be somebody investing in it on the front end. Now, of course, that is contingent upon what they actually follow through with, because they could have all of this color and not provide it to anybody, and they could make promises to us on the backbone side, which would be potentially worthless. If they don't do anything, then they're not going to need the backbone, and they wouldn't utilize it.
Okay,
Hey,
well,
Joe.
I'll let it go at that, and thanks for your comments.
Hey, Joe, did you let Liz in? Is that her down there?
I think I
Yep,
did.
I'm in. You did let me in. Thank you. I missed all of Carl's, but I'm guessing that was about the rural broadband consortium item in your report. And I kind of did the math on that. It still seems really like not that much money per location.
It's not.
Based on what the math that we got.
Right. It's not a huge amount of money when you think trying to actually build it. It's a huge amount of money, as an aggregate total, but the estimates are that there's just no way anyone's willing to fund this scale of a project. So what's the real motivation? That's one of the reasons, one of the things that's going on right now is there's a lot of, they've got the attention of various members of Congress that are now requesting the FCC provide better transparency into this process. Are they going to get paid and actually deliver the service? Or are they just going to get paid and, whatever you do to not pay it? I guess there's some speculation that they may not actually have to pay the money back. If they take some of the money.
Forgivable loan.
Yeah. So anyway, I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. It looks like there's a lot of people bidding on census blocks in our service territory, which was a big surprise when I learned that. The other thing I just want to say, on February 8th, we are set to go live with our new outage management system. Next week is a week full of training. Everybody, administrators, the CSRs, the operations folks, the field people will all be getting trained on that. An outage map will be coming shortly after go live. There's a little bit of fine tuning, or maybe a lot of fine tuning that'll happen with that. The map that gets provided, due to different security concerns, we will be obscuring some of the actual outage locations. It needs to have enough accuracy, but yet not enough accuracy to identify and create security concerns. So that should be coming shortly after.
And that would be something that we would put on the website that members when there was an outage, they could go and they could look to see that we knew that there was an outage. We would put information on there about, what we believe the outage to be, our response, expected restoration times, that kind of thing. Outage management also has the ability for us to proactively communicate with certain members. They could sign up to receive those via text or email. And that might not be part of the first part of our rollout, but it's something that we are working on so that somebody can go and look at that, or they will have received something. So they don't necessarily need to call in because they know that we already know there's a problem.
Right. That's something that they'll get to sign up for, usually through Smart Hub is the best way. There's also implications where the members have to opt into the communication. Certain legality around that, because you can't just send unsolicited messages and such like that. But yes, that'll be coming shortly as well. It's also another avenue for them to report an outage through the app as well as through the IVR. Whatever, if for some reason it wasn't auto detected by AMI and SCADA and all the other pieces that'll be integrated into the OMS system. And I think
Joe?
Yes.
I had a question. Did any
Hey, Dick, turn off your
of
video.
our suppliers deal with solar wind? Let me get that.
So,
Have any of our suppliers been dealing with solar wind?
So, Tantalus does use solar winds, or had previously used solar winds, but not in their production environment, according to the information I have from them. I've asked for a little more specific on that, and they are supposedly getting me that, but it's supposedly only in a developmental network, which still doesn't, make me happy, but at least it doesn't give them access. Like, they can't utilize that to get into Tantalus's network and then pivot into our network. It could mean that in an extreme case that some of Tantalus's code that supports the AMI system, their programming, could have been compromised. But to date, there's no indication of that. NISC claims they do not use Orion, SolarWinds Orion, and that's the other big attack vector into our network.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Just touching on that a little bit more, Dick. They said that that attack was so pervasive that 425 out of the Fortune 500 companies were affected by that. SolarWinds was used by 425 of them. And obviously, we've all heard about the government, the Pentagon, the State Department, the Treasury, Commerce, the NSA, the DOJ, all of those departments had SolarWinds installations and have evidence of compromise. That's all I had.
So open it up to any other questions from board members. Kristen? Okay. You were unmuted, so I just assumed that you might have a question. Anybody else have any questions? Okay. Seeing and hearing none, we will move on to the HR report. Jessica, if we have the report here, are there any other comments that you want to make before we open it up to questions?
I was just going to do a brief summary of the employee engagement survey results. Pretty much everything else that I wanted to talk about today is going to be in executive session. So if you click on the attachment to the results, it is under executive session at the bottom, very bottom C. Okay, so we have been doing employee engagement survey results surveys and reporting to you all since 2018. Prior to that, I believe the former HR manager had done them, but it had been a while. So there are 5 main sections to the survey: career development, work engagement, relationship management, compensation and benefits, and work environment. So back in 2018, if you all recall, what we found with the first results is that we wanted to focus on increasing communication in the company, between departments, between management and employees, between employee and employee. We wanted to increase accountability in the company. We wanted to increase trust, and we wanted to work on employee empowerment. So the recruitment and retention program really grew out of that. So we feel like we've made progress in a number of areas, again, from 2019 to 2020, but we're never done. So there's always going to be more that we can do. We have identified and worked to address main issues from both 2018 and 2019 survey results. We're still evaluating 2020's, and we'd like to come up with additional solutions, some of which we will talk about in executive session today. Additionally, a lot of the programs that we worked on in 2020, we feel like there are going to be additional benefits to the employees, but it hasn't quite had enough time yet for us to realize all of those. So the specific results and the questions, if people want to talk about them more, that was something that I wanted to reserve for executive session. So other than that, on my report, if you go back up, does anyone have any questions for me on the report? No? Okay. So the items that I'm planning on
Nick
talking
has a
about.
question.
Oh, okay.
He needs to unmute himself and turn his video off. There he goes. Unmute yourself, Dick. Okay.
Getting there. Your last, your second to the last major items that you want to propose.
So Dick, we were going to talk about that in executive session.
That was the party for, okay. I just wanted to make sure you got that correct.
Yep, that's correct. Yeah, so executive session items will be the plan for COVID vaccinations, any additional comments, questions, concerns you all have on the employee engagement survey results. We will be posting these full results to employees after the meeting. So before doing that, just wanted to have a chance to discuss it. And then the retention and recruitment proposal items, the last item on the report.
Were you looking for some direction on the real estate holdings again, or to revisit that?
Yes. So once we talk about it in executive session, you guys have the opportunity to talk more freely about that. And then from there, we can decide where to go. Okay, any questions?
Not seeing or hearing any. We will move on to Rob, member relations. And unmute yourself when you get a chance there.
Okay, unmuted. Okay, I do have one quick update for you. 1 second. I had it pulled up. Okay, the electric bus, West Grand School District, should arrive to the dealer in Denver sometime within the next 2 weeks. And they'll begin their aftermarket work on the snow chains and the heater and that kind of thing. But we're expecting now delivery to the school district mid-February. They're actually going to put, I think I shared with the board, the logo on the bus down there in Denver. So once it arrives in Denver, I think we're going to have a firmer date on when the school district should expect it. And once it arrives in Denver, we'll begin in earnest planning some sort of PR event surrounding that. I don't know if we'll be able to do something in person or if it's going to be virtual at this point. But Mark and I and Chris need to start working on that here pretty soon. So we should have a plan to share with you in the near future. So that's the update on the bus. Other than that, my report, I don't really have anything to add to it. We did add a couple more residential time of use rate customers, so we're up to 54. And that just seems to grow a little bit every month. So we're pleased with that. We will continue to advertise that rate's available with our members from time to time through social media and the magazine and everything else. So with that, I will just open it up for your questions. Happy to answer anything you might wonder that I'm able to answer.
And I was supposed to bring something up in my report related to Rob's stuff, which I failed to do, so I'll bring it up now. The board has, we have discussed with the board Tri-State's cost cutting measures. One of those is that they have discontinued the payment of our Class C membership with Basin. And so the board had discussed it and asked, what are the benefits that we receive from Basin, and do they make sense for us to continue to pay that ourselves or to drop out? We prepared a document for that, and I will be sending that out to the board, and it shows what we pay and then the services that we receive. One of the items that is difficult to monetize, but is very important to us as an organization, is they are the company that hosts, through Touchstone, hosts our website and helps us to maintain it from time to time. Rob has reached out to them and said, okay, if we are not a Basin/Touchstone member, do we have the ability to just pay a fee for that? And the answer was no. So if we decide not to be a Basin Touchstone member, which, by the way, my phone dinged a little while ago, and we just got their bill for I believe they do quarterly or semi-annual bills to pay for this. That's something that we will have to address. I think in reviewing the stuff, but I will leave it to the board when they see it. There's sufficient value that we receive from them in advertising support. So basically we pay them money and then they give it back to us. They also do scholarships for us, and they do some other programs, help with rebates and that kind of thing, to where that I think there's sufficient value to, at a minimum, carry this on for one more year, because that should give us sufficient time to determine what it would actually cost us to have somebody else host our website and do the things that they do for us, since they have not really provided a specific dollar value of what they think that costs. So that will be sent out to the board here within the next day or so, and then we'll put it back on the agenda, but it will specifically be an action item of whether the board wants to discontinue our membership with Basin as a Class C member, and therefore with Touchstone. Sorry, Rob, I know I was supposed to get that out sooner. So
it's a little, if I could add something, it's a little bit more than just hosting it. They also, so there's different ways you can create websites. There's different software tools. And our current design of our website is actually through a tool that NRECA created. So I would need to also ask the follow-up question, if we chose to take that and have it hosted somewhere else, if they would be willing to let us do that, because it is 100%, even though we tweaked it, they create the framework of how you can design that website. But it's just something that we have to look into a little further.
Okay, so with that, we will open it up to questions. Liz, did you have a question?
No, I'll wait until I see what you guys send out.
Okay. Carl, did you have a question?
Yes, I do. Rob, we were supposed to hold a dedication for the Whiskey Hill Solar in June of this year. Is that still on the radar for you at some point in the future?
I have it on my to-do list, Carl. I certainly haven't forgotten about it. I think it's something that we need to talk about a little bit further. With the pandemic and stuff, things are still a little bit unclear. So We haven't had that discussion on the staff level, and we need to, but I haven't forgotten, and it's something that we do plan to do when we're able to.
Okay, well, my insistence on delaying that till June, from when you first proposed it, was that we would have some data to show the membership up here what the savings to Mountain Parks was or was not. Is that data collected and available? And is there some kind of press release that you could put out to the local paper here that shows that this thing is a money payer for Mountain Parks and not taking the members' money and not providing anything in return?
The short answer to that, Carl, is yes, we can do that.
Sorry. Go ahead, Mark.
No, I was just saying that we can do that. We have the data of the kilowatt hours that were produced. We have the cost to produce those kilowatt hours, and we can do a comparison to what we would have paid Tri-State for those. Basically, it's the credit that they give us back, and so we can put together that information. And Stacy is raising her hand.
I have a spreadsheet that I put in with my board reports. I'll just update it through December and add it to my next one, if that's okay.
Yeah, that would be fine. And then Rob can use that to put together a press release for the North Park paper to let the members know that it is a benefit to them and not a money pit.
Thank you.
And then along those lines, Joe, you had put a portal in our chat in our last Zoom meeting, so we could look in and see the production numbers. Is that link out there so members could look at it, or do you guys need more tweaking before you make that public?
It could be made public at any time. It is a work in progress, but the basic numbers are there. We could link that on our website anytime. We have not.
Yeah, I wanted to share it with the Green Power Committee members, and but then I realized, well, it was in the chat on the Zoom. I can't find it anymore. So
I can send it
if you
out.
could send it out, that'd be great.
Sure.
I have a question on the website issue. If we do decide to host our own website and go away from Basin or Touchstone, one, does that impact the member portal when they sign in to see their, real-time energy use and their bills and whatnot?
No.
No, that's through NISC and the Smart Hub. That's not part of the website. There's a link on the website to it, but it's part of NISC.
And then is there any connection between the website that Touchstone hosts for us and like the member payment system? If you're logging in to provide your secure information, is that all separate as well?
Yes, that is NISC and a third-party vendor that NISC uses. Again, it's available on the website as a way to get to it, but the actual processing and upkeep of that information is done by NISC and not the website.
If it's just the website, then to give the board an indicative example of how much it can cost for a not extraordinarily highly trafficked website, I currently pay $69 a year to host 10 websites on one of the many online platforms. There's so many, they're so cheap, they're so easy now that if staff decides to, build and recreate and host our own website, I can't imagine that it wouldn't save us money.
Well, I just want to say it'd be interesting to know what other Colorado co-ops who use NISC, how they're hosting and designing their websites, and what sort of priorities members have for the website and what sort of priorities staff has as they interact with website, and like the ease of use for them to update it and the ease of use for posts from Facebook or Twitter to scroll across the website, all of those things, what they see the future of that being, and I think if we stay in Basin another year, that gives us a year to, for staff to really think about the website as part of that member engagement plan and decide whether staying with Basin supports it or, moving away to a different platform would provide more flexibility and maybe a lower cost.
Yeah, that's a good point. All those are really good points. We don't have the numbers on the website. It would be an issue we would have to address because we may need to create an entirely new website. But I think actually the biggest bang for the buck with the Basin membership touchstone fees are the advertising and rebate reimbursements, which you get back a significant amount of dollars. On the touchstone advertising, for instance, we spend between 30 and 32,000 a year in touchstone ads, and we get about half of that back. And then we get some additional rebate dollars back. So the website is just one more piece of the value that we get, and we get basically the support of the gentleman who designed, well, there's a department of 4 people at NRECA that work on this, but the guy who designed the framework that we created our website in, and some technical expertise that's pretty high level with the website. So there's no doubt we can do something at a pretty low cost with the website, but the issues you raised, Liz, are good ones. How will that, we're asking a lot of our website, and how will something new work with all the things we're trying to do? So all things we need to consider.
Yeah, and there are a couple of Colorado co-ops that have gone away from Touchstone. And so there are obviously possibilities out there for us to look at to see, if we can do something better at the same cost or lower, or, what other options are available to us. So we will get out the information to you so that you can see. Now, what Rob was talking about with I just want to clarify, with the advertising dollars, the 32,000 are not paid to Tri-State or to directly to Touchstone or to Basin. That's money that we as a co-op spend in our budget. What they do is from the money that we pay them, if we put the Touchstone logo on the ad, which we do on pretty much everything, they will reimburse us up to 50% of the cost. And so that's, a benefit to us outside of the cost that we pay directly to them. So open it up to any more questions on member relations and Rob's report.
Hey, Rob, are Basin and Touchstone one and the same, or are they two separate?
No, they're separate. Basin's just a big supporter on behalf of its member co-ops of Touchstone.
Okay.
So,
and
Gotcha.
because of that, there are benefits that Touchstone provides to the member co-ops.
Okay.
Okay, with that, Jeff, I will turn it back over to you for bills for payment.
Bills for payment. Anybody got any questions on the bills for payment?
Dick does.
Go ahead, Dick.
Unmute and turn off your camera, Dick.
Yeah, I'm getting there. I had one. Who is National Car Charging LLC? Are those the people that are putting in the charging stations? We wrote them a check for $42,000. Check 809.
yeah, that's our Electrify
14.
Everything. That's our Electrify Everything program for one of our members.
Okay, there's stuff coming in, and that is what's going out.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And I believe that was for a level 3 charger in a town located close to us that was installed recently.
Yep.
I have a question on the United Power vendor 2169. Is that really United Power?
Yep.
Is that through mutual aid or what? Is that's a fire cost?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Go ahead, Dick.
Yeah, I'm going to turn off video. Can we get a compilation of what these fire costs are to the long? You know, we have this one, the United, we have others. It'd be nice to see a rolling cost on what we're spending because of the fire. I don't know whether it all goes to one specific account or not, but I'd like to be able to see that from time to time.
I agree.
Dick, as we discussed earlier in response to one of Kristen's questions, we'll start providing a monthly update to the board of the costs that we have incurred and what our estimate is. So each of those can be refined every month. So obviously the costs are probably going to continue to go up, and hopefully the estimate will come down a little bit.
Any other questions on bills for payment? Okay, open board forum. Associated board reports. Dick, do you have anything from Western United?
Our meeting is the end of this month. There's not been a meeting since our last one.
Okay, thanks. Carl? You got anything?
Yes, Tri-State had a meeting January 4th. Some of the, I've sent all the Rick Gordon and Dwayne Hiley's comments on the meeting to Mark, and I think he shared them to the rest of the board, but some other things that came up. Tri-State is no longer a member of Trapper Mine as of January 1st. Tri-State will be getting all the coal that they need for Unit 3 and Unit 2 and 1 from Colorado. We got out of Trapper Mine with no liabilities for reclamation or anything else because of the investment that we've made over the years, and we'll probably get a check for about $3 to $3.5 million. August 4th through the 6th is going to be tentatively the annual meeting. We'll be at the Westin Hotel in Westminster, and hopefully we'll be in person attendance. XL announced that they're going to retire the Hayden plant in 2027 and 2028. Insurance companies have notified Tri-State that they will no longer insure coal plants after 2022. XL filed a means and necessity for a new transmission loop in eastern Colorado to hopefully help bring the wind power that is produced on the eastern plains to the Front Range. And they have asked Tri-State to participate, and Tri-State is looking very seriously at it. The member CEO meeting is scheduled, I think, next week. Mark can comment on that if he chooses to. As of the meeting, open season for the participation in partial requirements was going to open Monday, but then there was a notice that FERC approved it, but they have to have another 90-day notice period, so that is going to be delayed for another 90 days. Cal ISO issued a emergency reliability order and asked the California PUC, which they have no authority over, to increase reserves from 20% to 20% from 15%. Some of their suggestions were firm power imports, more natural gas plants, and delay closing of plants that use fossil fuel and storage. Tri-State is one of the only G&Ts in the West that has reserves to sell, and they are getting very tight. One other interesting thing, DMEA asked Tri-State if we would sell them reserves, because according to their contract with Guzman doesn't have any reserves, or nor are they required to, because they are not regulated by either federal or the state. California is also looking to forward price power for next summer, as they are anticipating another brownout or blackout. They are willing to pay over $100 a megawatt hour at this point, which, according to Brad Nebergall, they have never seen anyone forward price reserve power at those levels. WAPA is also looking to forward price because of the prospect of lower water yields and a reduced hydropower output. So they are looking to forward price power for the summer, but not willing to pay the amount that California is. And with that, that's all I have, unless there's questions.
Carl, which insurance company said they wouldn't insure?
They didn't mention the insurance companies. They just said that, and the question wasn't asked by me or anyone else, but they just said insurance companies are putting it out that after 2022, they will not insure coal plants.
Oh.
No reason why, Carl?
Well, yes, the reason why is because of the climate change issue, that they are not willing to finance or insure, and banks are doing the same thing, carbon producing entities.
Okay.
So Carl, do you mean when you're saying that insurance companies aren't going to provide liability coverage for coal plants? Not that insurance companies aren't going to invest in coal plants with capital.
I can't answer that. I would assume that they're not going to invest or insure. But I don't take my answer for a fact. But.
Okay.
And Liz, what I would think is that the insurance company most likely will not provide liability coverage for the coal plants. They may provide like property coverage for them, but they won't provide liability coverage because they're concerned that with climate change and other things, owners of those plants may end up being sued or required to do things which would cause liability, and the insurance company doesn't want to be on the hook for that. No, I don't know that for certain, but that's what I'm thinking that the insurance company's concern would be, because property-wise, they're not going to care so much, but from a liability perspective, companies could have potentially large liability, and they don't want to be on the hook for that.
Could we clarify or just ask Tri-State to clarify?
Yeah, I will make a note to reach out to Dwayne to ask for clarification. And actually, Carl is correct. We have a manager CEO meeting on the 21st. We just had one on the 11th. And so I'll make a note to ask that, because this last one we finished 25 minutes early because nobody had any questions. So
Because that leaves the coal plants really uninsured or whatever is going to happen there for several years, right? Isn't it?
Yeah.
2028 is the retirement, right? 2029.
Well, some of them are 2025 and some of them are 2028 and 2029. I'm not sure that, that it will leave them high and dry at this point. This is just an announcement by the insurance companies. That doesn't mean it won't change between now and 2022. Who knows?
Carl, this is Liz. I was curious, was Trapper Mine, were they part of Tri-State self-bonding for reclamation, or did Tri-State pay in and reclaim as it went along, and that's why there's no obligation for reclamation?
Well, Trapper Mine was instituted by Salt River, Tri-State, Pacific Corp, Platte River Power, and XL to supply the Craig plant. But as it's operated for the last 20 years or so, however long it's been going, they have reclamated as they have went, and Trapper is responsible for the bonding of the reclamation. And with a inventory of the assets of Trapper and the liability for reclamation, Tri-State came out on the plus side of about $3 to $3.5 million.
Well, that's great news. That's good. Do you know if Colorado has kind of had the same setup? Have they been reclaiming as they go along?
Oh, yes, they have, for sure.
Okay, great.
Liz, did you have anything? Green Power?
I think
We don't
Mark
have our
has a
next
question.
meeting, I don't think, until March. I'm hearing a little noise about, is something going to happen up in Walden with an EV charger, and I've kind of put that on the back burner for a bit.
And Liz, I did contact the state and let him know that we were not going to be exercising the grant because we wouldn't be ready in their time frame. We're still trying to find placement, and and he was fine with that. He said in the next round, which will be this year, that we can just reapply.
Yeah, and I think there'll be several new rounds. There's one coming out in January, which clearly we're not going to make, but there'll be another one. Jeff, as you saw, there are 2 new EV chargers at the Come and Go in Granby that have been installed, fast chargers. They were covered in plastic bags, so we couldn't see the KW on them. But on my way back from California, I stopped in Salina in Utah. They had 4 fast chargers there. 2 of them were at 350 kW. So 175 kW a car, or if there was only one car charging and it could take up to 350, they were providing 350 kW. And then 2 additional stations, one that was at 150, so up to 150, or if there were 2 cars there at 75 kW each. And then one was limited to 100 kW on one side and up to 50 on the other side. So the infrastructure along 70 is getting built out. It was very impressive, and bumbled into it. I didn't even know it was there. And it's not a Tesla station. It's a station for all types of
I think
vehicles.
ChargePoint
So-
is who is putting in the one in the Come and Go.
Right, and this is an Electrify America program on 70, and they weren't ChargePoint. It didn't appear to me they were ChargePoint equipment. I couldn't tell who the vendor was, but it was, it makes you think when you see a charger that's 350 kW.
Hey, Scott, do you know when Come and Go is going to go live with those things, or
I haven't heard anything from Come and Go.
they're all hooked up? We're all hooked into them though, right? And ready to
I think
roll.
so, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it at least.
Jeff, Mark had a question.
Yeah, Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I don't have a question. I need to, I've got an appraiser here. I've got to sign off in a second, but I just want to bring up some stuff on fire during open forum. I've been involved with reclamation on this fire in a couple committees. Justin's been working with it also. I said it on the ag committee, mainly talking about values at risk. And one of the things that's come up is utilities. And I said, I kind of wear another hat being on the Mountain Parks Electric Co-op Board of Directors that, hang on one sec. People coming in here. But the values at risk is brought up with Mountain Parks Electric. What are our values at risk? For power lines, from erosion, from sedimentation, from flooding. Scott, particularly putting in that buried line, there's a lot of draws that cross there. What if they flood and down cut and take that out? The future, just things that can be done to protect those. And then they're working through USDA, the Emergency Watershed Program, Protection Program, and there'll be millions coming in for that. But one question is, what are the values at risk for Mountain Parks Electric? And do we have a handle on that? And I just want to bring that up to the board. What you think it might be, and there's an opportunity for funding. It's 75% cost share on that. The sponsors are going to be Northern Water and Grand County. So how could, other than FEMA, it might be a program that we can take advantage of, protecting our assets, which would be it power poles. I don't believe any of our substations are at risk, but I just want to bring that up.
We'll take a look at that.
That's a good point.
We'll bring something back to the board with an estimate of what we think is potentially at risk because of erosion or other things related to the fire area.
Mark, is there any kind of time frame on what you're talking about as far as those funds, or do they have released any of that yet? Or
no, because the disaster team, they're still inventorying everything. They're just starting to right now. So I'd imagine sometime this spring, but they're wanting to know a dollar value right now. Okay, straw wattles, erosion control structures. What are the resources going to be needed to protect those assets? So if we could get an idea, Mark, of what assets are at risk, which immediately Scott said, okay, that buried line. I said, well, there are some steep draws coming out of that west facing slope up 125. What if they were to down cut to 10 feet and take out our new cable? Or what do we need to do to protect those, or anything that might sediment shut?
Yeah, you bring up, I was thinking that last night. I was like, it's hard about that line up 125, or I was thinking, if you build something on those hillsides could land in the road. And then I was like, but you're right about the buried cable. I mean, it's at risk too. That whole watershed could really change.
Yeah.
Depending on a snow year.
Yep. And for several years in advance, every time a cloud bursts, stuff's going to happen up there. It could be major landslides that take out several poles. It just could be sedimentation that just completely buries a box. We don't know what it is yet, but I just want to make the board aware of that. And then thinking what we can do as a co-op. Me and Justin are involved with the agricultural end of it, going, okay, diversion structures, irrigation structures, sedimentation on hay meadows, springs, that type of stuff.
Right. So is there a staff person working on it that someone from Mountain Parks can get involved with? So like, I'm just thinking like maps of the various draws and whatnot and loads, and seems like all of that and how that relates to our structures would be.
They're doing a lot of modeling right now with USGS, and a couple people are modeling this, where the biggest debris flows might be. And then what values at risk are in those flood zones or in those debris zones or possible landslide or slip zones. And I don't know where we need to go.
We should get tied into that somehow, it seems to me, into that modeling, so that our structures are reflected in those models.
I think Kristen has a question.
Hey, everybody. So in my role as secretary, I've been trying to keep a running list of all of the things that we've mentioned for follow-up. And so far, we have a pretty big list of things that various board members and staff have brought up about the fire and future fire planning, including, a recap of the 2020 fires, what went well, what could have gone better, kind of a post-incident debrief, looking at values currently at risk, looking at our insurance, both for our liability insurance and for existing wildfires, so non-liability side, kind of evaluating not only the current options, but what we might have done as a board better to identify, oops, we weren't covered. Prevention, we're still in exceptional drought. There is nothing that says we couldn't have more and worse fires in the future. Replacing older equipment, vegetation management, planning, looking at what our existing fire plan currently covers, what it doesn't, what it should cover. And then, of course, all of the stuff with regard to costs, not only paying for the existing damage, but looking to the future, what we can do in terms of risk mitigation, seeking out funding, trying to be supportive and helpful as a board for doing that. And of course, there's the legislation, and it just seems to me like it's a lot. I would like to make a motion that we consider a special meeting specifically on the topic of wildfire, both prevention and mitigation. I wanted to know if others might be open to that.
Jeff,
What are you thinking we need? What's like when, Kristen? What's your plan?
I would propose that we look to have that over the next couple months once we get a little more clarity around some of the like how that $7 million is currently estimated. We could incorporate the existing wildfire plan once we have the opportunity as a board to review it. I would propose that we look for a date, in February or March. I'm afraid that if we push it out too much further from that, we lose some of the freshness, right, of remembering the existing incident, and then we start moving toward having to plan for the next wildfire season.
I would say
I've got to sign off for just about half an hour here.
Okay, thanks, Mark.
Okay.
We'll see you
I'll
back
be back in about half an hour. I'm just going to mute and turn off my video and get this taken care of, and I'll be back on hopefully for executive session.
Okay, thanks.
I would say I think it is a really big issue, and it does need a lot of time as far as the board thinking through these issues. But what I would say is that I think we should touch on this in February and maybe again in the March meeting, because that would give time for, we hope, the safety coordinator and the new ops manager to spend 4 to 6 weeks getting their feet wet and thinking about the issues that we've already brought up, so that that type of meeting is a little more productive. I think if we have it too early and it's their first week, we might not get as far. We might, it doesn't give the new staff time to really think about these issues and maybe provide some strategic approaches in them. But I agree. I mean, I'm more and more nervous as there's not much snow here about what this next fire season looks like. And I know that it's a little early to start worrying about those things, but it's a La Nina year and it's a concern.
And
yeah, Liz, I would agree with you on that. I think, we've got a couple key personnel coming on board and staff. They're busy. So I don't know how productive next month would be. At least from my point of view, I'm not sure I'm ready for that either. So, I do like the idea of maybe talking about it, more at our next couple meetings, and then possibly putting something together. I guess, Mark, what do you think?
Well, what I was going to suggest, and I am open to doing it in March, but I am going to be in Granby the week of the board meeting. I'll be in Granby in April. And so I would suggest that maybe we try and set something up earlier in that week or the day before or after the board meeting so that we could, cover these issues, because Kristen's right. Unfortunately, the list isn't getting any smaller, it's growing. And, we need to do that. That would give, assuming that our ops manager is able to start mid-February, third week of February, that gives them an entire month, maybe 5 or 6 weeks to be prepared for it, for the meeting. And then I would be there to work in person with them for that week as well. So if that works for the board, I would suggest that week of April. And our board meeting is on Thursday, the 8th. So I believe the week starts with April the 5th.
Go ahead, Justin.
Just going back to what Mark was saying, and to recap on that a little bit more, I think within the next month or so, it would be to the advantage of Mountain Parks to really identify the structures that are within the burn area and could be potentially within a floodplain from them. It's not going to happen by, just somebody coming in and working with that committee. What the U.S. Department of Agriculture is going to do is they're going to ask for a representative from private entities, which hopefully Mountain Parks would be one of those, to present to them basically where those assets are. More than, it's not a process where you can sit down with them and then determine it. We need to sort of look at it, like Mark said, to have a chance at that funding in the event something happens. So,
Justin,
do you see that
for clarification? Are they, the areas that they're looking at are just the East Troublesome Fire areas?
Currently with what we're looking at, it's within the East Troublesome Fire. Obviously the areas that, ground vaults, underground, obviously not every pole up 125 is going to be affected, but there's a couple right there at the bottom of, that sit right beside the highway and the floodplain. So just a general look at those. It helps them come up with what that funding amount is. In the event that we lose something, then we can be eligible to gain some financial gain or some financial support from them, hopefully.
Well, I
Justin,
think
is that something that?
Go ahead, Liz.
Oh, sorry. Well, I was curious if that's something that GIS or Gene. We know where these things are. It seems like being able to plug them in into the map, and that USDA is using for the modeling, making sure all those things are I mean, we know where they are. We have the coordinates of all of them. And based on how they run those models with the flooding,
That's what I think.
we should be able to.
Yeah, and it's probably 80% of the things that were burned in Grand Lake are not within this modeling that's happening. It's the future steep slope flooding, some of those issues that ground vaults filling up with sediment because they sit right on the side of one of those draws, things like that.
So who would we coordinate with on this? Like who would Mark tell to get in touch with so-and-so?
That's part of the problem with this whole process is there's 4 or 5 different entities that are all trying to do the same thing. And, it's just finally starting to gain headway with the county and Northern, accepting responsibility to be the supporting entities, the matching partners, basically. So, I mean, even if we just look at the burn area and start looking at them I think within a couple hours, somebody could at least get a general sense of these are the assets that could be affected.
Jeff?
And then
the question I had is, if we're going to have this meeting in March, I think we need an outline of what we want to cover. In other words, one would be these items that are in danger. Another would be insurance. And there are a number of items out there. I think if somebody can create a guide to what we're going to discuss in case we have problems, that would be helpful to get the information in and then start looking at it, rather than just come into the meeting and nothing being coordinated. So that was my suggestion.
Well, and I believe that Kristen has provided she's been keeping a list as secretary. And so we could take her list and turn that into an agenda for the meeting. And then obviously people could look at it and say, well, but it doesn't address this. No, we don't really want to look at that for right now. If she can send that to me, then we'll create the agenda. We'll send that out and then people can start providing us with feedback. The other thing I was going to say, Justin, is that we have our system in GIS. We can take the coordinates for the fire and overlay it on our system. And then it has poles, lines, vaults, that kind of thing, to where that somebody that's looking at it can see and say, okay, this is the area we want you to focus on. Don't look at the stuff in Grand Lake because we're not going to include that. Then that would help us to then identify the specific cost of the things that they believe at risk, because we may come up with a different list than what they have if we're doing it on our own. And we do know we have a number of contacts at Northern Colorado for another purpose. And so we could potentially, get in touch with them and just see if they have somebody that they would want us to coordinate with.
And so what I got, and I've been to days of these meetings now, is it needs to be put on us a little bit to do that. The Department of Natural Resources and they're going to look at all of the water users that have head gates and water structures and things like that. So I mean, we're the expert. I wouldn't expect them to tell you exactly where that needs done, but I would start off with, here's the floodplains and here's the areas that are directly within the fire burn.
Okay.
I don't know. And Mark would know better on the slopes, and he could hopefully put our GIS person in contact with the FSA GIS mapping person and kind of overlay those. But no one's going to give us these are the assets you need. I think Mark and I just wanted to convey somebody needs to start looking at it if we want to be included in it. So.
Mark, this is Carl. I have a question if I can.
Sure.
In regards to Kristen's issue that she brought up, and I agree with, when is our next strategic planning meeting scheduled for?
We had not scheduled one for this year because we figured we probably couldn't get together. What we would probably do, and this is of course at the board's discretion, is schedule one for January of 2022. Hopefully by then we could actually all be in the same room, even if we had to be spaced far apart. Because the strategic plans generally are a 3 to 5 year plan, but my experience with the other board that I was on, it was a 3-year plan, but I think it was a 3-year plan. But we looked at it every year. We didn't necessarily change it every year, but we looked at it because we were provided with updates every year. Obviously, staff is providing more frequent, and as of today, going forward, we'll provide every quarter that we're providing updates to the board. The other board that I was on, they didn't provide updates. It's just when we actually did strategic planning that's when they provided the update.
Well, I agree. 3 to 5 years is too long, and updates are necessary. But since you're going to be here in April, is it possible to schedule a strategic planning meeting at that point in time to discuss this and update the plan and get a review of the plan and everything that Kristen suggested?
I think it's possible. I think it's maybe a little too soon, but I want to clarify. April is the first month that I am back, but then I'll be back every month after that. And so there will be time for us to be able to do that, because if we're going to have a facilitator, scheduling the facilitator for it is a little more challenging and takes a little more time than April would give us.
So
Okay,
I have a question.
Well, okay, wait a minute, Liz, please. I'm not through yet. Another issue that came to my mind is that in regards to the I-20 or 125 bearing the line, I travel that road to the meeting all the time, and I'm not really for sure about what service we are providing up there, but my memory, and Dick can probably chime in here, at one point in time, and Scott too, but Les brought up the issue that after a certain distance up 125, the Little King Ranch is the only service that is up there, and we elected not to upgrade that line in the past because of just one service up there. Is there a possibility?
We should talk about that in executive session.
Should we, Mark? Or?
Yeah, Carl, I think that was part of the topic related to fire and other things that we were going to talk about in executive session, because in order to fully respond to questions, we're going to have to name names and talk specifically about, the cost benefit of continuing service. So I think it's probably better addressed in executive session, because we can provide you with a response, but it's not going to answer your question, I don't believe.
I'll wait then. Thank you.
Okay. Liz, you, I think, had a question.
Yeah, just on the strategic planning issue, I wasn't sure. I was going to ask Carl. Is it that you think we should sort of tweak the direction of the strategic plan, or are you more interested in hearing sort of how the plan is going, like what Mark provided in the boxes of the plan that he just sent out? Here's how we're doing on this objective. Here's how we're doing on that objective.
I think maybe a little of both. I think possibly it needs to be tweaked or changed depending on the answer and the ability to move forward on the plan that we provided. But I think it could involve a little of both.
Okay. Does anybody else have anything for open board forum?
Did you want to do any kind of update on CREA?
I don't have anything, I don't think we have a meeting end of the month. Other than
Okay,
that, I'm sending out what I'm getting.
I will let the board know. I got an email from them, from Liz Fittis, and the CREA annual meeting is going to be virtual. It is Tuesday, March the 9th, and registration, I believe, is now open. It will start with a presentation from Dr. Scott Tinker, chairman of Tinker Energy Associates, that will discuss electricity planning in the current U.S. landscape. And then it will go into the CRE annual meeting. Western United will have their annual meeting from 11 to 11:30, which is after one of the breaks. And then the CARE annual meeting is 11:30 to 12:30, and then go back into other stuff that CRA is providing. So I'll be forwarding this to board members after the meeting, but I just wanted to, because I know there were some questions about the CRE meeting and specifically Western United. So
Go ahead, Kristen.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kristen, for the list.
You're welcome. It's thorough. Not necessarily regarding CREA, but as we're talking about political contributions and PACs, I think we all can expect over the next month or so to see a lot of finger pointing at NRECA. Apparently, there's been some investigation now that there's a corporate movement to suspend political contributions to policymakers that may have contributed to the Capitol incident. And NRECA actually turned up as one of the biggest contributors to the group of senators that objected to the election results. So I just wanted to put people on notice that that's likely to be an issue. I don't know if we'll get any questions because this is a national NRECA issue, but to the extent that any of our members' money ultimately went there, we may want to be prepared.
Where did this information come from?
There's been research. It's right now, I'll send you some articles. There have been efforts on a part of activists that are looking to basically hold legislators and corporations that are contributing, doing political contributions accountable. So I'll forward you some of that research.
Okay, thanks.
And I believe that our contributions directly to NRACA, it would potentially be in our dues as part of that. But I do know that CREA has in the past sent some of the money from, I think it's CARE or one of the other groups, to NRACA for support of different things. However, they, the Colorado managers discussed this a couple months ago, I think shortly after the election, and there was concern that CREA had requested some support for some legislative candidates, and NRACA basically ignored that request and did provide support for some, but not the ones that we on the ground had asked for. And so there is a movement because a number of the managers are members of the NRACA PAC. I am not, for full disclosure. And they have supported them, and they're actually pulling their support for that reason, not related to the Capitol. But I have seen similar articles about large corporations that have come out and said that they're not going to. And in fact, one corporation, and I saw the article yesterday, but can't remember who it is, but they've actually asked for money back. And so, it is something that I don't think is going to die. And so if NRACA is part of it, I have a feeling that it's going to come out and we'll hear more about it. So
that was Hallmark that asked for their money back. But I was going to ask Dick, do you know what percentage of money the CARE collected went on to federal candidates? Congressional candidates or senatorial candidates?
Unmute Dick, turn off your camera.
Dude, stop video. I believe
Okay, you're good.
there was a list sent out. I know I sent one to Kristen. I may not have sent it to the rest as to who got the contributions.
I think that was just state candidates, not federal.
Federal, I can get the list, but normally we don't see that because normally that's done through the national organization. If there were some federal that were done locally, I can get that information from CARE. I can look in my file and see if I have it, and I'll forward it.
Yeah, no, I guess that was my specific question was, I mean, the candidates would be, knowing the candidates would be good, but my specific question is how that money was broken down between Colorado candidates and within the state, and how much of it went on to Acre?
Acre gets a specific share of everything from the dues. There's part goes to CARE, part goes to Acre, and then the money that the national organization gets, we have no control over that. We only have control over what goes to CARE. So I could get you the information, but
yeah.
we do not make any decisions other than Colorado candidates for the money that's allocated that we have in CARE.
And I think, Dick, what Liz is asking for, and maybe I'm mistaken, does any of the money that's collected in Colorado get transferred to the national organization?
Which is Acre.
The answer is yes. We do not make that allocation. The allocation comes based on the contributions and your membership. If you only go to CARE, it goes to CARE. If you go to CARE Acre, or you're in the President's Club, or the $100 donation, there is a split, and every one of those is split the same way. And I can get that information.
Is it possible from CREA, I mean, not who it was, but to see how much of the money that came in from Colorado co-ops? And I realize that the Colorado co-op may have directed them to send the money to Acre. Can we get just maybe a total of what that number was for 2020?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
I will get that from Kent and forward it.
Okay. Jeff, anything else? Because I think that covers all of the boards. But I guess if there, and I know Mark wanted to talk about his issue, which he brought up, but anything else that we are maybe needing to take a look at?
Does anybody have anything else for open board forum? Doesn't sound like it. Do we have any old business to discuss? Any old business? Any new business? Do we have a need for a Mount Park Services meeting?
I don't believe so.
No?
We have nothing
Okay.
to talk about for now.
Okay, that would take us to executive session. I know we've added some things to the list for that session. At least the agenda reads personnel matters, employee retention and recruitment. And the 2020 employee.
I believe the items that I made note of, and I may have missed something, was the fire costs and restoration stuff related to that. I think Liz had some questions. I don't think we ended up with anything new from a legal, legal discussion related to D3. And then Kristen early had talked about a discussion related to the large power rate that maybe we would talk about in executive session, because I think her question is about a specific member. So
Okay, so that's adding 3 to the list. Liz, did you have something else?
I had specific questions for Levi regarding his what he's been working on. So I did have some specific questions regarding issues that he reported on. Also, I had a couple specific questions that have to do with members, and I don't want to, release member information.
Okay, so
How about the 125 issue?
Yeah, that's in there. I would figure that's under legal, Carl.
okay, so we're going to need a motion to go into executive session for personnel matters, employee retention, recruitment, 2020 employee engagement, East Troublesome Fire, policy D3, large power rate, attorney matters, and member matters. Does that sound about right?
So
Can
moved.
somebody, thanks Liz. We got a motion by Liz and a second by Justin. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay. Joe, are you going to take us off live feed or